See, like for example, if just try to release the wrist, I mean to say, if it is towards the slip cordon, it will probably take it away. But if it's towards that,
now back. The base went flying, and so does Muhaddis, because Ind lost their second wicket.
what a start from Saudi Arabia. 2 wickets in first 2 overs. Ishtiaq, again, we're tweaking about how to actually bowl in the incoming delivery and the outgoing delivery. The one which came in and took the middle stump was a treat to watch. Again, that ball came in. Raja Ram just checked if its stumps were in its place. It was. Again, a very dangerous single down to fine leg after 2. 12 for 2 now, Indonesia. We were just talking about that, in incoming and outgoing delivery. It's very tough to pick as a batter if you're being up against a bowler who can bowl both ways. Someone like Bhuvi, he masters that art. It's all on the wrist position. He's got a very strong and still wrist to land the ball on that perfect seam. And also, if he's making the ball face towards the fine leg, especially the maker's name on the ball, if it's towards that fine leg region, it's definitely going to come back into the right-hander. And if it is just making sure you give it a little bit of a whip onto your thumb and the index finger going towards the slips, and that's the ball that's going outside.
He's played it over the mid-on player there. Probably will collect a couple of more runs. Yes, Rajaram, he's not bothered about the situation. He's playing his shots. Couple of more runs taken there.
And again, see what is happening is, even for Rajaram, even in the previous delivery we saw, the last delivery of the previous over, that he's not got a strong bottom hand. He's just a strong upper hand player is what I feel, because both the situations, both the occasions where he's let the ball to come in and he's not gone through with a shot very straight. So he's just played it with a weak bottom hand.
Outside the leg stump, there was a bit of an appeal there by the bowler, but the catch was not taken. And the umpire has not given that a wide as well. So that was a definite nick from the batter.
Yeah, Atif's reaction tells us the same thing. Hasib behind the stumps. Yeah, oh, that's nice. That's nice. Saad and Yusuf, everybody just patting the back of Atif. Literally patting the back, I should say. And they're just trying to cheer him up because he was really unhappy with Hasib's effort.
Down the leg side, this time swinging in and away from the leg stump. Easy decision for the umpire. Spreads his wings. 15 for 2. Indonesia. They will try to stitch a partnership. This is a 50 over a side game, mind you. But this is swing bowling of epic proportions from both ends.
Happy that Atif is getting it from the pavilion end as well, because we did not see much of it yesterday. He's making the ball come into the right-hander again. And the stance of Rajaram. It's that open stance that he's got. So this is all, I mean, there's too much of T20 games that's been affecting all the stands, those open stands, and making sure you want to whack every delivery that comes to you. And even in T20, I'll tell you what, it's not that go bang bang every ball. It's all about strategies. It's all about placing the innings together. So yeah, that's how Indonesia will cope up themselves to come into the forte. But you can't change your stance generally at the middle of the match.
Once again, straying down the leg side. Another wide. Bonus runs given away. Yes, you were saying.
Yeah, so it's like if you've started to play in a particular manner, like marking your guard and your stance, having an open stance like that, you just can't change it in a middle of a format wherein you're playing so many T20 games and suddenly come in to play 50 over games as the field is mid-off, covers, backward of point, third fielder slip, and also shortish mid-wicket, short square leg and mid-on. So he's keeping the batters guessing. The one will come in, one will go out. This came in, again loose bottom hand. See, just imagine if he had a stronger bottom hand, then he would have gone through with the shot. The ball would have gone over that infield very comfortably, if not a boundary.
I think he's building his bottom hand as we speak because he's trying to play those shots. He's giving it quite a percent there as well. And 2 times he's been lucky that he's found the gap and the distance over the fielders inside the 30. Couple of more to Rajaram. Again, that in dipper, but nicely controlled by Atif. Ball's a better length as well to negate extra swing. That's a dot ball.
Also, both the bowlers, especially Atif, what he's done is he's brought the ball back in when the batters don't expect it. And I think both the opening bowlers of Saudi Arabia, they're more of in-dipping bowlers.
Once again, that in-dipper. Once again, that shot from Rajaram. This has got more length and it has gone to the boundary ropes as well. Well, 3 times trying, 3rd time getting that boundary. 22 for 2 with that 4.
Yeah, again, we were talking about Rajaram's bottom hand. Now see, Yeah, again, he was building, as you mentioned it. He was just building up that bottom hand to a stronger shot that was being provided. And yeah, the advertising hoardings, wow, that's gone away a mile. And Saad was not happy with his own effort. Yeah, completely agreed. So yeah, Rajaram, he's doing it in his own style. Ishtiak again with two slips. This one goes out and just beats the gully fielder. Because Atif is trying to bring the ball back into the right hander. Ishtiak is now trying to take it away. And both the bowlers, they've been very, very impressive in keeping the batters guessing.
Oh, he's definitely hunting for wickets, that's for sure. Swinging it both ways. He's got the control now as well. Got that outside edge, but through that slip Gordon to the short third, in fact the third man fielder for a single.
That was going out. He was expecting the ball to come in. Banuek, yeah, the feet not going to the pitch of the ball. He was playing it away from the body. That was going out. He was expecting the ball to come in because Rajaram played the ball which went out. So probably Banuek thought that from the other end he watched the ball. So next ball it's probably going to come in. No, that went out. Intelligent from Ishtiak.
Rajaram is back on strike. Ishtiak running in.
Leaves it alone. So it's really important for especially Rajaram to keep his cool and make it a real important innings for Indonesia.
I think he's building it up for the in-swinger. 3 deliveries going away from the right-hander. He's making the batter second guess when this in-swinger is going to come.
There you go. Hit on the pass. That looks dead straight and been given. There we go. That's the third wicket going down. And Ishtiak strikes for the second time. That looked dead straight. And Rajaram was found in the wrong place.
That was still the outswinger and it was directed perfectly towards the stumps. Outstanding delivery. That was crashing on middle and off. The umpire just lofted his finger and showed the batter that you can leave, sir.
Rajaram was indicating that he got a nick onto the ball to the pads, but no, it wasn't there. Sorry, Rajaram. He'll have to go back. Yeah, it's been disappointing. This is swing bowling at a real unplayable situation for all the batters coming in. They're making this new ball talk a lot. Saudi Arabian seam bowlers. And what was interesting with that swing was he started from leg and middle. The ball swung in the air and it was that length, it was that block hole length, which was completely unplayable. And Rajaram did not know whether to go forward or back. He was stuck in his crease.
New batter in has come in and is on strike.
And the only way to negate the swing is when you know that what is coming out, and you need to see that. And Gamantika, they'll have to see it together. They did have an edge. Right, a maiden and a wicket. So Rajaram stays on. So just a correction on that thing where Banuek was very confused whether the ball will go outside or in. In that dilemma, he's just perished. Banuek been taken by Ishtiaq. And even if Atif has not picked up a wicket from the other end, he's made sure he's kept the pressure lid on. And the batters haven't just flown away with any giveaways from him. And Ishtiaq, yeah, he's kept them guessing.
Even if you spot the bowler getting the ball in his hand and trying to swing it one way or the other, what do you do as a batter to negate it, even if you know?
Yeah, see, when first of all you need to see the hand. Now, see if Atif's hand that was a ball that was being directed towards the fine leg, so that will definitely come in, and you will have to watch the wrist movement. You'll have to watch the ball landing on which side. For example, if it's landing outside off stump, the ball will definitely come in, and for that you will have to first have a clear look of the wrist of the bowler. The wrist of the bowler gives you that indication. If it's pitching outside off, that's definitely going to come in. If the wrist position is towards fine leg, now that's going to come in. See, that's the live example of what I was trying to explain. If you've seen that wrist as a batter, and then if the ball is pitching outside off, it's definitely going to come in. And you'll have to be very careful. If the wrist position is very towards the slip, the ball will land on middle and off. It will not land outside off. It will land on middle and off, which will go away. But if you're unlucky, you need to be really counting on your luck. If the ball pitches straight and straightens on, that one went outside.
Naveen Shawry there dropping some knowledge bombs for the viewers.
It's all about how you've played. It's all about how you've gauged some situations. Because I was lucky that I've never opened any innings in any of my career. But yeah, one or two maybe where you needed quick runs. I've always been at number 4, number 5, come in the middle order to strengthen the middle and the lower middle order. So opening the innings probably when I started off, because I was a left-hander and the team which I started to play didn't have any left-handers out there. So that was one myth back then. Left-hand, right-hand combination, opening pair. And again, now that's diminishing for sure, and rather diminished. There, that's the only thing that prompted me. But even then, what we've been taught from most of the coaches that we've been around is you should not read the ball from the pitch. That's a first instance. From the pitch, it never gives you anything. You need to watch the wrist, then look at whether impact on the wicket of the ball is, and then try to play a shot. Now again, that one came in, and Gamantika will get off the mark with an under edge, and still he did not have any clue about it. See, again, the back of the length delivery, if you are on the back foot, and if it's an in-swinging or the incoming ball, this had no swing. This was off the pitch movement. Just get on the back foot, pull him through the ground or over the infield. It's power play still in contention, and nobody back at deep mid-wicket. So if you have not committed yourself to the front foot, you can adjust your shots, and just not for a spinner, and even for a pacer, don't pre-attempt your foot movement. Like Rajaram, see how nicely allowed the ball to come in, dabs it, takes a single, keeps the strike for the 6th now. So Rajaram kind of players are actually needed more and more, in the Indonesian lineup, or even when Saudi Arabia will come and play out there. There is this small little techniques that you will have to bring in very early, and this is the right time for teams like Bhutan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Myanmar, everybody playing this ACC Men's Challenger Cup. They have this sort of match atmosphere to go back to the drawing board, to go back to the nets and see if you can make some changes, and probably have a review with the commentary on, and probably listen to it, because it's that third eye which is watching you. and you know what is going right or wrong.
That's an outswinger, just helped away towards third man. You get a single. But I'll tell you one easier thing to do if you are Bhutan or Bahrain. Just get Naveen Shori on board.
Oh yeah, that'll be really interesting, because every time you go out there on the field, it gives you some lovely vibes. And as even the bowling side, I mean, if you need to be as a unit, strike as a unit together, I'm sure they're playing each other for very rare occasions. Oh, that's wonderfully bowled by Ishtiaq again. Gamantika had no clue about our away going delivery. See, again, not watching it on. And especially this length, even if you're watching it from the hand, you do not have to commit yourself on the front foot. See, Gamantika committed himself on the front foot. If you are on the back foot, even if it is a delivery that's going outside, stand back, punch the ball on its head through the point region or through covers, even if you want to playing it a little early, because there's a just shortish cover and a gully.
Again, just squaring him up as well. This is outstanding bowling from both the bowlers from Saudi Arabia. It's very nice that these guys are getting to play such a tournament, because they're understanding things a lot easier, a lot quicker as well. Just like how you need to bat as a batter under such conditions when the ball is swinging, you need to think quicker. You need to have some time to yourself as well. That is a good shot. Just waited for it and placed it in the gap. Couple of more runs taken away. Gamantika, that was a good cricketing shot.
Absolutely, and the reason for that is because it was an away going delivery, and Gamantika is always on the front foot. He's predominantly a front foot player. See, when Ishtiaq runs in towards the popping crease, just watch his initial movement. It's not that back and across movement. He jumps from his guard to cover his stumps. So that itself shows that he wants to get on the front foot more often than not. Just have a look at Gamantika now. Stuck on the pass, probably given. Right. The reason for his dismissal again is jumping with that back and across movement. Not there. He just jumps and then ducks for a while. There's so much movement out there, and the bat does not come in time.
Yes, too much wiggle, isn't it? He was just shimmying around as well. And that was struck. It was a very close call. The umpire thought about it for a second, then gave it out, because the ball was swinging in. It was crashing legs. It was crashing the leg stump and the middle stump, that's for sure. Fourth wicket down for Indonesia. Gamantika departs for 3.
We'll just check that once again, where the impact was. Impact was on middle. Probably a little unlucky there. Gamantika would have taken the ball away from that leg stump, because the ball was even traveling. And if you see the keeper where his legs were, he was also going towards the leg side. As Ahmad comes in, probably I feel it's a touch unlucky.
I just kind of went with the umpire because of the length that the ball was in. So it had a less amount of distance to cover to the stumps. Maybe it would have just been an umpire's call that we see on DRS as well.
Oh yeah, those umpires' calls. Again, a very successful over. 28 for 4 after 6. But look at the brilliance of Ishtiaq again. He took 2 balls away from him. The one ball which comes inside, and it was hitting and crashing stumps. Whether it's missing leg or no, that's a different call, as we will go with the umpire as well, as you said. But just that unluck factor which got Gamantika, it would have probably brushed or kissed the leg stump, because the height was okay, and as you said, the distance of travel was also into contention. But the natural incoming delivery would have probably carried it out. But yeah, umpire gave it out. So even on that review, it would have, rather given as an umpire's call. Yeah.
Even Kamantika was just completely beaten. He was staggered with that delivery, coming in so quickly as well, as he was shimming towards the off stump himself. 4th wicket down for Indonesia. They're in deep, deep trouble early on in the power plays.
Also, what's impressive of Atif is he's also kept the batters guessing. In his 4th over on the trot, you can see the slips minimizing as and when the ball is getting older and softer. And I'll tell you what, this ball does not lose its shape very early. It holds up his shape, because yesterday I saw a few used balls with the referee and all that. They said this ball is 24 overs old. That means it played the whole innings. That's a good shot. Not a good connection, but will still go over. One bounce, boundary. That's a really good shot. Even though didn't have the timing on it, Raja Ram, he made sure he went to the pitch of the ball and hiked it to perfection.
That was inches away from the boundary ropes. That could have been a 6. So it was a powerful stroke, and he got it somewhere close to the middle of his bat as well. He swings, and he swings hard, that's for sure. Boundary to Rajaram.
And he's building on that bottom hand. He was not confident in the beginning of the innings. Now he's got it under good control. What is Atif's reply? Yeah, he makes the ball come back in with that back of the lane delivery. Again, what is the difference between, say, yesterday what we saw, Bahrain fast bowlers, Ali Dawood and Rizwan Butt. What Atif and Ishtiaq both have done for Saudi Arabia is they haven't relied on the swing much. I mean, they're not relying on the swing in the air. They're more relying on from the movement of the pitch. So when you have that movement of the pitch, you need to hit the deck hard at the right lengths. That's what they've done. Outside edge, no second slip, will run away for a second boundary in this over. Rajaram is doing it in his own style, and it is fetching some runs for Indonesia.
Yes, again outside the off stump, that back of a length delivery that he prefers. Too much outside the off stump, gave the batter room. He flashed hard as he does. Gets an edge and gets a boundary going again. Very welcome and precious boundaries for Indonesia.
Totally. And also what was good from Rajaram was he wasn't pre-committed on his shot. He stayed on the back foot. He knew the length was a little short. And the moment he saw that width, slashed it very hard. And this is brilliant batting, I should say. Rajaram has got used to the situations now, even with just 18 deliveries. What I'm really noticing is he's not having a pre-attempted feet movement. He will decide the feet movement after the ball has been delivered. That's really good. And that is why if you look at the greats, for me, Dhoni or even Sehwag, they don't have big pre-committed feet movement. They have that hand-eye coordination, which is much needed. And that's what Rajaram has got. He will again dab it and will keep the strike for the 8th. After 7, 37 for 4. Rajaram is trying to put a fight back. Two slips to Atif and to Rajaram because he slashed it hard the previous occasion. There is a gully as well. Oh, wanted to go through with a booming drive. Ishtiaq now gets a swing in the air because he's pitching it up. The moment you pitch it up, the air takes the ball away.
And that's exactly why he has picked up 3 wickets and Atif has not. He's just pitched it up. He's allowed the batters to play their shots and get an edge here and there. Bring the ball back in, hit the stumps, maybe hit the LBW as well.
And those two LBWs, as you mentioned, is all of fuller length deliveries. The one which took the middle stump of the batter was pitched back. That's again on a good length. So Rajaram will take a single, but I'd have wanted him to face out more deliveries than Ramdhoni. So the only point of what we were trying to make with the difference between Ishtiaq and Atif is they're completely different bowlers. Atif is again, I think, is a more of a deck hitting bowler. He's not got that fuller length which will allow the batter to come in on the front foot and invite him on the drive, weave a net around that off peg. Now this is going to be a fuller length for sure. Oh, straying down. First time, a bad line, and because of the situations, the batter does not pick it.
The contest is back on. Rajaram is back on strike to Ishtiaq. The only batter who has looked with an intent, who's got some substance today. 24 of 22. And against the only bowler who has picked up wickets today.
And watch this ring on the offside. There's a huge gap between mid-off and that fielder on the off. And that is only to invite Rajaram for the drive. If you look at the field again, the mid-off is at least 15 yards or 20 yards away from the cover fielder. There you go. See, look at the cover fielder and look at the mid-off fielder. It's a huge gap that has been left open for Rajaram's drives. If you really want to drive it, this is very good thinking from Ishtiaq and the captain. Leading edge goes over that cover fielder. Will not run away. The ball will not have that energy or legs. Rajaram will get a couple of runs.
There's a Latin word called amor fati, love your fate. And Rajaram has quite a fate today. That was a leading edge. Could have gone anywhere. Went over the fielder's head. Another 2 runs added to the total. And Rajaram moves to 26 as well. Final delivery of Ishtiaq's 4th coming up.
Yeah, we had a little Amor Fateh. What was it called? Wow! That is with intention. Pitching outside off, and he goes boom over extra cover boundary. Rajaram is doing it in a very, very good fashion now. 45 for 4 after 8.
Well, that is a spectacular shot, isn't it? He just sat down and waited for the photographers to click him. Superb stroke that to end the over. What a counter punch to Ishtiaq as well. 45 for 4 after 8 overs.
A much needed aggression from Rajaram. I've been talking about him so much. He is a Mumbaiker. There we are with his records. Padmakar Rajaram Surve. Alright, why not? In Indonesia, 5 is a lucky number. Yeah, right. Something similar to mine. Get that 5 every time you go out to bat on your bike. But has he got 5 on his jersey? Yes, he's got 5. Right. Wahid, bowling change has been brought in now. Oh, again, see, he's got so much of the original Mumbaikar style. He does not commit himself on the front or the back. He stands there, waits for his time. Studied in Mumbai University as well, part of the Mumbai University. And don't ask any prizes for guessing his favorite cricketer is. Yeah. Wonderful. Wonderful to know about him. Right, again the weight not transferring back onto the back foot. Is wanting to play from where he was. Again, Wahid is a little slower in pace compared to Atif and even Ishtiaq. So some pace adjustment has to be done.
Yes, that time he just waited on his back foot to play a cut shot. Did not connect. Wahid is a nippy bowler, that's for sure.
That one outside the off stump through point. Now 50 comes up. It's a good fight back.
And that was a brilliant thump to the boundary ropes. We haven't seen that in this ground yet. The ball going on the ground and reaching the boundary fences so fast as well. Favors that cut shot. He tried that in the last delivery. Missed out. This time it connects and gets a boundary going. 50 comes up for Indonesia.
Yeah, I would have also noticed Paddy. Again, fuller in length. Driven in the gap as well. Through. I feel so much for the batters of this sluggish out. All these probably in Mumbai would have been about.
Oh yes, again the bumpy outfield stopping it from going to the boundary. But this man, Kyle, that's for sure, is batting on 36 not out, and in a very, in comparison with all other batters on that scorecard, ding out.
Paddy, yeah, that's what he'll be called as. Probably it's Pad Surve, so they call him in short and lovingly as Paddy. Yeah, he is definitely sowing the runs of the paddy seeds for Indonesia. Why not?
Tell you what, this man Ramdhoni, he looks like a massive guy. Can hit the big strokes, that's for sure. Just got off the mark in the last delivery. Now he's facing the final delivery of 9th.
Ooh. The arm strength did not fall. That was again a very good last delivery from Wahid. Paddy will face the 10th over, the last over of the par. It's one of a very rare instance that he shared his story on with us. You know, once when they were playing, I think this should be a university game, if not, or even below. I don't think this might even happen in any big university game. He says probably, I'll ask him which level of cricket was this. The story is when they were bowling, that is Paddy's team, when they were bowling, team on the innings break said they were went back home to eat lunch. I wonder what was that lunch.
Well, that's what is called as
not enough lunch. Have you ever seen that as Zianul, the first spinner, has been introduced in the attack from Saudi Arabia? And that is very interesting.
We have lunch here today as winnings.
But you will have to come back. All of the spinner, fully pitched, turning away, and Raja Ram puts it over point. Boundary. Come on, outfield. Respect Raja Ram. Shots. Is just scoring runs as well now.
His intentions clear against the spinner straight away. Went for that shot. Never minded that lofted shot over the inner field. Boundary moves into the 40s now.
And Anul again pitches full and turns. Does not play for the. What I like is he was trying to go straight. He was not trying to go across. He was not trying to play against the turn. He was just trying to go straight. Would have played for the turn, because what Zianul is trying to do is he's trying to pitch it up. He's trying to give the ball off an air and he's got the turn. It's really important. And thankfully for Paddy, it's not gripping enough so that he can play through with the shot. And if it grips, then you'll find another Abbasi innings like yesterday what we saw from Bahrain. Abbasi originally in the lift service that he's been serving in. What an over that yesterday he had. Look at that amount of turn.
That did not only turn, that also bounced sharply as well. And so was the wicketkeeper as well, is catching the ball at his shoulder height.
And they had a bit of a conversation as well after that. Did you Paddy's question? Behind the stumps, he would have just got a reply. हाँ मुझे पता है in Hindi as well. Right. Full stuff from Paddy. The only thing now is Ramdhoni should understand that this is not a 20 over game, it's a 50 overs game, and he'll have to build that partnership with him. Oh, pitching and turning, not reading the ball. Second slip would have been an easy position there for the catch. Nevertheless, 58 for 4 now, Indonesia. Spin from both ends. And now, Yusuf. You saw Zianul getting some turn from that top. And I said in grip because if it had gripped and with that amount of offer, Rajaram wouldn't have gone through with the first shot that he played over those infielders. I think is that a spinner? Yes, he is. First up, tried to play a shot which is away from the body. Raja puts it over that in cover fielders.
He's a Mumbai of a shot, but his intentions are like Virendra Sehwag, isn't it? First delivery of every bowler has been attacked.
I'll tell you what, that's the best way to score runs. And turn Ramdhoni had a good look at the ball, and probably the umpire indicating to the keeper that listen, don't catch the ball in the stumps. That's a no ball. You should not be doing it. Probably wait for the ball to come in and hit the gloves. Don't catch it in front of the stumps. Not even the stumps. That's the boundary. 2 slips now. Wrong lesson on the onside towards deep mid wicket for just should have been a couple, isn't it?
Paddy doesn't like just a single taken. Now more are over. Fielding restrictions are over. So there will be 4 fielders in the boundary ropes. Rajaram on strike.
Playing it late. He's playing for the turn. That's good to see for Paddy Survey. And as you said, yeah, he does not commit. In the initial few deliveries that we saw, he was getting committed. He was sure, he was tentative about his bottom hand as well. Now he's settled into a good rhythm. Through covers. Look at the authority now. That's very nice. And this info for us comes in at the right. Where is his talent coming in actually from Mumbai?
And yes, it's such an instant validation as well. When you're batting, you're not understanding the situation. Now you have spent some time and you are a king of that pitch. This could have been taken. Yusuf, that was a lollipop back to the bowler. Ramdhoni could have been not. That has been dropped.
Oh, hits himself with the ball on himself. Yeah. Oh, that wasn't a bump ball. It was a half volley. Didn't drive it strong enough. After 11, 61 for 4. Does not like sweets. That's why he put down that lollipop. My God, I was so shocked. How couldn't he grab onto that one? Probably, if you look at that, he's probably grabbing the ball too hard. He wanted to probably go in, and nervous hands, probably trying to feel the ball a little early, closing the fingers a little early. See, that's what would have happened. There, angle to explain it out. He did not allow the ball to come inside. His fingers and palms a little early. So bumping up.
Massive one over cow corner. One bounce, 4 more. Not mind what is happening at the other end. He's playing a different game.
What he's doing is he's picking the right ball. It's the first and the second delivery of the over against the turn. He made sure the front lug was and allowing that elevation to free his arms towards that deep in wicket region. Now goes with the turn. Now I'll tell you a good fight back from Paddy, because every over, the first or the second delivery, should be attacked for 2 reasons. One, you know the bowler has just come in. The first delivery, if it is not on target, probably punish him as Rajaram gets that single out. And 2, the most important one is you still got 4 deliveries to knock it around and get those singles. So 8 run and over, 6 run and over is easily achieved every over. It's good thinking.
Yes, and I think that is smart work rather than hard work, isn't it? If you get that boundary of the first delivery, your job is half done. Even more than that, in fact. Gets a boundary and then gets a single that time as well. It's a quick single after a while from Rajaram. Ramdhoni is back on strike here.
Yeah, and even if Ramdhoni is struggling, that's okay, because you've got that 5 runs of the over. See? So you're not putting pressure on your partner, and you're not putting pressure on the dugout or the dressing room as well for the runs. So that's a very good thinking from Rajaram. See, now Ramdhoni, even if he's phased out a couple of deliveries, which is bowled nicely, he's not under pressure. So that's okay. So he can stay there. After 12, 66 for 4.
Yusuf will continue. Rajaram on 48 not out. Just 2 runs away from a scintillating half century here today. On the back foot, cuts it. And that fielding effort has denied a single. Every single run saved is every single run made as well. Three runs off his last over. Very slow through the air. Outside the off stump. Half-hearted shot. Nicely collected by the keeper. 66 for 4. 2 dot balls to start off the 13th over. This is the second power play, which goes on till the 40th over. 4 fielders will be allowed outside the circle. Played back to the bowler. Yusuf missed out a catch of his own bowling in the last over. That was the wicket of Ramdhani. And he's out there still with a chance at the non-striker's end. Down the leg side, might be off the pads. We'll wait for the umpire signal. Yes, looks like it is a leg bye. Single taken of that leg bye, so 1 run will be added to the extra. Ramdhani is stuck a bit. He's batting on 2 of 11. Has to score some free runs here and there to get your confidence going. Jagged in. And he's just dug it out straight to the fielders. This position that needs a partnership that should be built, but runs should come from both ends. One batter cannot be stuck for a long period of time because that increases the pressure on the other. Last ball of the 13th. Cuts this hard. Finds the fielder again. So 2 back-to-back dots to Ramdhani to finish off the 13th. It's 67 for 4. Indonesia batting first here today. Zain will continue. Rajaram still on 48 not out. Sweeps this big appeal for LBW. Might be the height, might be going down the leg side. Too many confusion for the umpire. And he gives it not out. On the back foot now, he's just a bit struggling to figure out the length of the ball. The previous delivery, he went for a sweep which was not there for the hit. This time he went for the back foot of a fuller length delivery. So the spinners are playing with his head right now. He's on 48. Cuts this nicely in the gap. There is a deep fielder. Throws it back to the keeper. Just 1 run. 49 not out. He's raising his bat. I think he thinks that he's reached a half century. He's lofted his bat to the dugout. But the scorers have confirmed that he's on 49. I think the word has been put out to Paddy as well. Or maybe put out to Paddy in the meanwhile. Ramdhani on strike to Zainul. Oh, that was a faster one. The armour. Again, he's getting the bounce of that good length. That is why it's going to be difficult for the umpire to give that out. He's a tall fellow as well. Half-hearted cut shot, just lingers his bat in the air for some time, gets some connection. Again, that backward point fielder will cut it off. It's a dot ball to end the 14th. Indonesia 68 for 4. So they're continuing with spin, and they're trying to put some speed breakers onto this batting innings from Indonesia, especially this partnership where Rajaram has played very freely. He's now batting on 49 not out will confirm once again. In fact, he's reached his half century, so bit of a correction from our end as well. He's on 50 not out. So that's one landmark achieved by Rajaram. So he can now come back and play the big innings, because the job is less than half done. They have to score some big runs. And on this ground, 200 is a par score, that's for sure. Short delivery. Nice little swivel pull. Does not get the middle of his bat. And brilliant fielding in the 30-yard circle. Nice cricket on display here. Full delivery. Again, took it at a low full toss region. The ball rebounds of the bowler. And they have stolen away a single here. Ramdhoni is back on strike. Again, he's on 2 for quite a long time now. 16 deliveries to face. Slower through the air there from Yusuf. Spins it away as well. He's making things difficult for Ramdhoni. Down the leg side, a bit of an appeal there. Ambitious as Mr. Naveen Shawri joins me back in the comm box.
50 for Rajaram was a well-deserved one. That's what I felt. I was just watching him from the grounds, celebrating it. It was much, much needed for Indonesia. And now Ramdhoni goes big and is being out of here. Atif. Partnership broken by Yusuf. Not necessary. This is what I was mentioning. When you're trying to build that partnership, try to stick in there instead of that big shot. Does not get the elevation right. Does not get under the ball. Just found Atif on long on. It's an easy catch. Partnership, big partnership broken. Big in terms of not runs. At least the way that they were trying to put a basement out for a big flourish. Ramdhoni goes for 2. Indonesia 69 for 5 now after 15. And this is where inexperience comes in. When you know that at one end you have a batter who's a runner ball 51, you just had to knock it around, or rather just stay there. Because nobody was asking you to score runs, and look at the intervals at where the wickets have fallen. 9, 22, 28, I understand with the amount of seam bowling that was coming in. But then after that, from 28 to 69, around say 35, 38 run partnership, and that has been broken now.
Yes, this was a partnership worth 41 and a very important breakthrough for Saudi Arabia, as they were, as you rightly pointed out, building a basement of sorts. But Ramdhoni was stuck for quite a long time. He was on 2 of 3 deliveries. Then he was on 2 of 18 deliveries. And that's why he was looking for a release shot. And no elevation at that time. Straight to the hands of the long on fielder.
So Rajaram has put a fight back with the boundaries that he's been scoring. First, he started off with not a very strong bottom hand, but then this was the start of the wave that was supposed to come, and then the bottom hand got stronger and stronger. What he's also done fabulously well is he's gone in with a strong bottom hand one, and also he's played the ball very straight, and this is for me the boundary of the day until now in the innings. Over extra cover, then on the back foot, cutting away towards point and piercing that like a pizza cut between backward of point and point. And again, when the spinners came on, he did not rush through with his shots. He played against the turn, and he made sure he got the elevation right when he was playing against the turn as well. So it's all the Rajaram show until now, and he needs support as Artawan has come out to the middle.
He's taken off his helmet, Rajaram. Happy with the cap now.
That's a good stop at point. Paddy also should now realize that anything above 150, 160 should be a really commendable total from here on in, and for that he has to stay long. That one was hit very safe, inside out shot over that extra cover fielder for a 6. That's the first one from Rajaram. That's a hit with the turn as well, and Zia had no clue where the ball went.
Once again playing with a straight bat over extra cover with the spin, and the ball just took off and landed outside the ground. Very difficult opportunity for that jumping fielder, but he gave his 100% effort as well.
He was moving from long off to that deep extra. Now fires one down the leg side, bowled quicker in pace. The moment the spinner tries to bowl quicker, you've got your way through, Rajaram, as a batter. That's a big achievement. That's a very big achievement. Now watch out for a loopy delivery now from Zia. There. Reading the turn and the spin very well, Surve.
Yes, he's gauging the lengths pretty well as well now. Now that is very well set. 54 deliveries, more than an hour spent on the pitch.
Oh, that was turning away. I wonder why is he trying that shot, because it's just a single that he's going to get it, because there is a deep third fielder, and for a single that's a risky shot to be attempting. Again, if you notice where the first 6 came from, it was the first ball of the over. So even if Rajaram has been tested to the later half of the over, it's okay. There's no pressure on the scoring. Good comeback. Very good comeback by Sianul after 16, 78 for 5. That's wonderful, where we can have some Manhattans going. It's probably a 12-story, 14-story building, maybe. Max 12, I think. Or even lesser with the camera angle. Definitely above 10 stories. But yeah, the story has been scripted by the man from Mumbai. We'll have to talk to him and see, probably during the lunch. Probably I'll ask him how he landed up in Indonesia from Mumbai. What was the way through? That will be really interesting to know from him. First left-hander, Tuana for Indonesia. Now, if it's a leg spinner and a left-hander in contention, Yusuf will be trying to bowl the googlies, and that's why he's changing the field as well. He wants the backward of point to come into a mid-on region, right? He had a backward of point just before this delivery. He just put him to a short mid-wicket. That's what he's done. So that itself suggests that it's going to be a leg spinning delivery that's going to come inside the left-hander's bat. And the reason that he's just got a spin is maybe for the googly that he'll be trying. Maybe the one which goes away from the left-hander. But has Yusuf got a good googly is the question. Because the release ball of Yusuf that I've seen here it's not like a regular leg spinner. He releases the ball from behind his fingers, so that sometimes suggests that the ball is going to go away from you as a left-hander. But we'll have to see what the first ball is, as some discussions from both the umpires to the batter. Tried the googly, definitely. He wanted it to pitch. That's the only thing that Yusuf would have wanted. Takes it on the full on that occasion. Off the mark, punches down to the long off region. Yeah, we spoke about how the batter was stuck at one end when he was batting with Rajaram. Yeah, Ramduni was stuck on two of 18, 19 deliveries. Even with that release shot that he played, he just had to play it down the ground instead of just lofting it up in the air. So even down the ground, there would have been a single that can be, taken. Ooh, that's a wonderful ball. Pitching and turning and beating Rajaram on the turn is not easy. Yeah, it drawed him on the front foot and then was turning away.
Again, slow through the air, and he's spinning the ball, giving it the rip. He might not have the googly, but his leg spinners are pretty good today. Just 5 runs and a wicket so far in his 4-over spell. Smash this time. And it might go all the way. No, it doesn't. The outfield is like a lot of pockets, like golf putts, And a couple of more runs taken.
And also the Bangkok traffic that we faced last evening. But I should tell you, the traffic rules and regulations that's been followed by the people in Bangkok is really, really appreciable. Again, pushing it on the turn, another single. The reason I say that is because you don't listen to a single honk. I never noticed it at all unless you pointed it out, Desh. I mean, it was so fascinating to watch, even though there's a emerging traffic from the other side, even though there's an intersection, and nobody jumps lane. Wonderful, just wonderful to see. Probably put out some license tests to our folks back home right here in Bangkok. If you because it's a right-hand drive, and we also follow the same techniques of keeping left assist on the lane. Again, tried the googly, but did not turn. Went through with the arm. After 17, 82 for 5. So just going back to the traffic story. And that's a lot of traffic on the roof of it. My God, that is a lot of generators. A lot of fuel that been burned for the power. And also, I was talking about the traffic and the fuel rates to speak about. As we see the economy rates is why it has been very costly. Fuel's got a little expensive here with the Ukraine invasion, with Russia and all that, because it was just 25 baht before that, and after the invasion it's become 35 baht. 10 baht that's been increased exponentially. So yeah, but even then there's no hurry in the traffic. They're all okay to leave spaces for pedestrians walking. I didn't get much of a bat onto it. He would have loved to have got something of the pads. Yeah, Zianul trying to keep it away from the hitting zone of Rajaram. That's what Saudi Arabia will try to do now. And if Artha, that's what I was wondering. It's Gede Artha. That's what he's coming. It's not Artwana there. So Artha now should understand it. So in you spoke about a Latin word. Now let's talk something about a Kannada word. In Kannada it's Artha means understand. So Artha should understand that there's a partnership that's very much in need now.
Yes, and that's just 2 dots getting connected, isn't it? Understanding the situation right now. Artha needs to understand the situation, that's for sure.
And also there's one letter difference. Artha is understand. Artha in Kannada means loud. Okay, so he has to understand loud and clear. Artha should understand loud and clear.
Wow.
They say Arthanada means it's a loud noise, that a loud music or a loud. It's generally means Artha. So yeah, so whatever it is, understand. Stick with the Mumbaikar.
That's what he does for the last delivery of that over. 18 gone. It's 83 for 5 Indonesia.
Yeah, so Arthawan is slotted to come in next. It is Ketut Arthawan is slotted to come in next. But what a wonderful work from the captain, Hisham Sheikh of Saudi Arabia. He's done well. He's brought in good field changes. And also he's trusted couple of pair of bowlers, because two spinners bowling in tandem, then you've got another spinner as Yusuf comes in. So yeah, he's rotating the bowlers well. Rajaram plays it very late, checks if the ball turns, doesn't, and puts it to long off. He's looking good. He's really looking good, and he's also trusting his partners and rotating the strike. So the trust has to be returned back.
Yes, he's pacing his innings nicely as well. He's on 61 of 64. He's gone to the second gear, understands the situation. 50 over game. He can play his shots later.
Driven away from Yusuf. That's a good shot. And when I was just walking down on that road, on the way towards those restrooms, I could hear a lot of chirping from the Saudi Arabian players. Everybody is talkative there, cheering one another, saying "Milega, milega, aega." Just keep it there. He's not got a googly. He's definitely not got a googly. I'm sure about it. So Artha can rely on the ones which will go straight. That's it. Only the release, if you again notice it, only the release looks like a googly, but he's not got a googly. Yusuf, got you.
Bit of yes and no in the last delivery, but a dot ball.
Watch this. See? It looks like as if the googly is going to come out. So Rajaram was, I think, trying and playing the ball. He was expecting that to come in. If we can just get this replay, it is very, very interesting. He was expecting the googly to come in. Rajaram should understand that he's not got a googly, Yusuf.
Was slightly faster, like a flipper maybe that time. But definitely not a googly, that's for sure.
In the air, has it been taken? No, dropped. Oh, the captain himself, Hisham. That's the second that's been going down at covers. That should have been taken. It was not hit very firm. It was low, yes, agreed. It was low. It was dying on him, but he had the hands under the ball and it pops out. Another leg spinning delivery. Yusuf, hang on. The batter's well in. After 1986 for 5. Yusuf drops one off his own bowling. And then the captain drops one. I think Yusuf dropped Ramdhoni when he was still stuck on 2. So apart from Wahid, everybody's done well. That's why probably he's not been brought back. 2 spinners, Zianul and Yusuf, they've done well as well. Again, Zianul will continue. This is okay. This is fine at this stage for Rajaram, just to knock it around. Probably see if there's a bad ball. Quicker. And it does not turn. And well read by Rajaram. He's kept it away. Call him Paddy, call him Rajaram, call him Surve, call him Paddy, Surve, it's all fine. But he's making the bat talk. currently, I think he's the highest individual run getter in this ACC Men's Challenger Cup 2023.
Yes, he's looking comfortable now. He's understanding every delivery that is coming off the bowler's hands. Zainul has tried a lot of deliveries today, hasn't picked up a wicket. Tries to tip and run this time, sent back by the non-strikers. 4 back-to-back dots in this over so far.
I'm sure Rajaram will not mind that there, because he knows that he has to stay there for long. Single, and he was all gone. The throw was to the farther end and does not hit it on the full Wahid. The bowler just given away. And that's a lot of disappointment. That's a lot of disappointment. I can see that. Yeah, just punched off the back foot. And wow. That did not even wanted a replay. If it were hit.
That was suicidal. I don't know why would Rajaram do that. But it's still out there safe at the non-striker end.
And this is good from Zian, because he knows it's a left-hander. He's going over the wicket for the left-hander. And then is changing his length right. But Artha should understand that, again, he is just stuck on 2. He'll have to move away from that. And also keep those scoring coming in. After 20, 87 for 5. We walk past through that tank every morning. What is it, Diyush? According to you, is it what? Water tank, or is it? What is it? What's your indication the first time you saw that?
It looks like a tribute to a spaceship that just kind of hovered over the university, and somebody came down through that tunnel, maybe.
Yeah, good imagination. Yeah, Rajaram needs to be one of those spaceships now for Indonesian total to cross that 150, 160 mark, which is really important. Wow, that spun a lot. How can he do this? I've seen so many wrist spinners. I haven't seen anybody releasing from the back of the hand through his fingers and still bowl a leg spinning delivery. It's generally the googly that one which comes into the right hander. Watch his release there, and that's a straighter one. The release is so much so like a googly.
That is some talent, isn't it? You don't see that much often. It's very rare to see a bowler spinning it from outside his hands, and the ball spinning square.
And also completely behind. Look at that. Oh. Now that's to the pitch of the ball. Has he connected it well? No! Rajaram goes at a time where Indonesia was trying to put a big fight back. That was unnecessary. He did reach the pitch of the ball. Didn't he get the elevation right, maybe?
Now that was some reward for Yusuf to be consistently bowling that channel and spinning it away, stopping Rajaram to score freely. He wanted to go over that long off fielder, sliced it, and went up in the air and straight into the hands of long off. Huge breakthrough in the context of this game.
And a very good innings of 63 of 73 deliveries. 87 for 6 now, Indonesia. Not the right time for Rajaram to be going out into the dressing room now. Lost his patience, maybe. That's all I can put it down to. Just going to the pitch of the ball and not getting under it. No elevation, as you said. He was again probably having that weaker bottom hand. And just an easy catch there down to long off.
He's just had a feeling that the last 2 partners that he had got did not really score runs. Just lifting the pressure up for him to score the runs single-handedly, and that was difficult against the spinners. He was going for a suicidal run out in the last over, and this is where he did not commit himself fully.
And I love the way Wahid also caught it. He was very relaxed, very cool, composed, and received the ball instead of just grabbing it onto himself. Right, Jonas now comes in with 2 slips. That one, if he had a little more turn, he would have lost his leg stump. And nevertheless, hitting him on the pads.
Now, should that be given as a run because the batter was not playing a shot? I think the umpire is cancelling that. Yes, he's sending him back to the striker's end. So there will be no run counted on that occasion.
Yeah, he wasn't offering a shot. Yusuf, he will be really happy. He's dismissed the danger man. Off the mark now is Jonas. Yeah, that run out actually suggested that he was a little impatient. There is where probably a small hint that he was trying to score some quick runs, but he picked the wrong ball for the shot. The shot was right, but the execution with the wrong ball that was not being bowled with a lot of a loop. There was no air in the ball, probably just a little more flatter from Yusuf, and that's the reason he couldn't get under the ball. Artha, after a long time, passes off that 2. Moves on to 3 now. And even with that impatience, as 21 overs has been bowled, 89 for 6, even with that little bit of impatience that he had, Rajaram, I would have still wanted him to stick on. I mean, just because it's that longer format, and after him, the batting, I'm sure, is not as strong as when Paddy was batting. So he should have played with the lower order batters.
It's just that slight change in mindset would have been different results for Indonesia and Rajaram right now. It is out there, back in the hut. 6 wickets inside the first 100 runs. They're 89 right now. And we saw 104 scored yesterday, which was chased down quite easily by Bahrain, which means 150 is a par score. They're probably going to look for that.
Yeah, that's what I was mentioning, where 160 to 170 would be a very challenging total on the surface conditions, not a very fast outfield, and when you have your slow bowlers on. And I think now, with Rajaram being dismissed, 150 looks a tall ask. It's a tough ask for Indonesia. But if they can get to 160 from here on in, that will be some turnaround.
I think from this end, they could bring in Ishtiaq and see if he's getting more swing and take the wickets, because Zainul has not been able to do so. That's nicely defended as well. Right behind it was the left-hander.
Right time for, I think, Atif also, or Ishtiaq, both of them, or any one of them from one end to actually come back. Because when you've got the opposition on the mat, and now that has been squeezed and sliced and dropped. That's the 3rd drop. Ishtiaq, we wanted him to come and bowl. He comes in from long on and drops a sitter once again. That was once again squeezed and slashed. The bat turning the hand maybe. And a batter does not get under the ball, just playing from where he was.
He covered quite a distance to get to the ball quite nicely as well. It was at a comfortable height to take it as well. But he spilled it. And under the sun could have been difficult, but you would expect that to be taken. Johannes is just batting on 1 right now.
Also, after 22 overs, 90 for 6 now, Indonesia. What actually went wrong with that catch was he was running. He was still running. Unlike Wahid, who caught Rajaram. Watch Ishtiaq. Again, it was a wrong shot across the turn. There, he was still running. He was not positioned. He was not stationed in one place. And if you're running, you can't have a proper body balance, and you will not be able to view the ball. He could have probably run in a little more quicker and stood there, positioned himself for that half a second and then taken it. Artha swivels across, backward of square leg, boundary. I think now he is trying to play a little freely. I think if he had done this, Rajaram would have got more confidence.
That was a loose delivery to start off by Yusuf. Shot on his leg side, asking to be hit. And he placed it very nicely, Artha, to collect his first boundary as well.
And also how quickly he transferred his weight back onto the back foot. That actually helped him. Stuck on the patch, but going down the leg side. So the weight transfer on that back foot actually allowed him to put the ball towards backward of square, because there was a deep square leg. And now the slip comes out to a shortish cover catching. And there is a man behind him. Just right behind him. If there's that loopy delivery that Yusuf will bowl, and if Artha wants to drive through the line, we've got two men.
That short cover is definitely placed there to be under the eye of the batter, just to add that little more pressure. Oh, that could have gone through his defense, inside edge. And they will collect a single there.
Saudi Arabia, they have spilled 3 catches. And if those were being taken, things would have been still more difficult for Indonesia.
We could have been having early lunch, that's for sure.
If it's prepared.
Unlike yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah. Wow. That spun and turn, and probably after this delivery, where Yusuf finishes his 7th over, we'll see the drop catches of Saudi Arabia. So after this ball, as we said, it'll be a really interesting thing to see, as Yusuf was the contender in 2 of them. One with himself. Now dropped on, oh, taken. You speak about drop catches. That was taken on the 2nd attempt. Janis not reading the turn. And in the slips, it was a 2nd attempt. Yusuf finally gets a catch being taken in his over, and he kisses him as well. Much needed.
All smiles in that hurdle right now. Everybody just high-fiving each other. That was a juggle. He missed it out completely on the first time. The second time was great reflex action, isn't it?
Because Wahid there went the Australian way once, and then the Indian way worked. Danielson Janis goes for 195 for 7 now, Indonesia. Let's watch Yusuf's real adventurous day. First, he drops himself. There we go. And then the captain drops at short mid-wicket. Right, a correction shot covers. And then there's another drop at long on. There, Ishtiaq comes in. So 2 drop catches for Artha. And then this one. First Indian, then the first Australian, then the Indian way. He's got a good smile, Wahid. So first it was Ramdhoni, and then 2 for Artha. So Artha's got 2 lives. Now there are 2 Arthas in the middle. So double understanding is needed. Zartawan now walks out.
And there is a bowling change as well. There's another spinner who's been brought into the attack. Zuhair looks like a left armer, but is a right armer. Outside the off stump, way outside the off stump, stretching exercise for the umpire.
Left or right, he is definitely a part-timer. Because for the left-hander who's in, you want off spinner, and the way he's bowled 2 deliveries, it looks like he's not hit the nets with the ball today. Zuhair definitely not hitting the ball in the nets with the bowling action that he's been called upon by Hisham. just to contain left-handers. Shot and back foot 6 goes over that mid-wicket and long-on region. Cows corner exactly for that 6. Artha now has to utilize his drop chances.
Pretty casual with his attitude. Juhair Artha gives him the treatment. That was a short delivery and he just gave it the whack. Goes over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Second 6 of the day. 100 comes up for Indonesia as well. Stylish.
In the air and gone! Can you believe this? Artha perishes the third time. 2-time lucky. Zuhair, the part-timer, comes on. Short one delivery which went to the 6 in that Cows corner region, and now he was through with the shot early. The ball didn't grip. The ball just didn't grip. It was through with the shot early. Artha disappointing. Gone for 15. Indonesia 1 not 2 for 8 now. You wanted him to stay there.
Well, Edugino Artha won 15 of 24. 1 boundary and a 6 in that innings. Comes to an end.
Right, now it's time for the number 10 batter. Hafiz. I'm sure he's a bowler. With the look of it and the build of it. You bring in an off-spinner part-timer, you get that breakthrough. What a lucky day again for Hisham Sheikh, the captain of Saudi Arabia. Whatever is touched, apart from that catch that he dropped at short covers, is turned into gold. He did not know where the ball was coming in. Hafiz playing away from his body.
Well, this chap Zuhair, quite impressive so far. That could have knocked the topper off stump. No clue whatsoever to the batter.
Very close in that shortish mid-wicket position for the catch. He started off like a part-timer, but he's got a successful wicket. Artha dismissed in that over. 1 out 3 for 8 after 24.
Yusuf is going to continue, and why not? He's picked up 3 wickets today. He's given away 18, almost picked up 2 more because 2 drop catches happened off his own bowling as well.
In the air, will this be taken? No, short of the point fielder. Again playing away from the body was Hafiz, and it did not reach Zain at the point position.
Again off the outside edge, the ball spinning away but dropping short of that fielder at point.
Where did that pitch? That pitched on the block hole length and turned after that. After Hafiz had played a shot. They have no clue, these lower order Indonesian batters, against the spin of Saudi Arabia. Again beating him on the turn. Yusuf. This is classic spin bowling.
Yes, the batters don't have any clue whatsoever what is going on. Yusuf on top of the game, beating them northwest, southeast, everywhere. Oh,
They're just blocking. They're just blocking everything right now. I will say, instead of the block, just try and whack, because any which ways you're just going to get out by blocking them, not reading the turn. At least when you try and go whack, probably the outside edges might carry away on top of the slip. Probably one will be hitting your middle of the bat. But again, don't whack across the turn. He's got two slips now. See, full toss on the pads, not being hit for runs. It was just timed to deep square leg. You're in that cocoon of protecting your wicket because it's 8 wickets down. And see, this was a ball that had to be hit over square leg for a 6.
yes, that's what pressure does to you. With 2 wickets in hand, they don't have too many plans in front of them. Just getting bat to ball that time, it was lobbed up in the air, but a single has been taken away. Arthawan will take strike. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery from Yusuf to finish off that over.
Again, no clue whatsoever. 25 gone, 104 for 8. Just watch the ball where it landed and what Arthawan was trying to do. He didn't come forward or he did not go back. He was struck on the crease, trying to read the ball from the pitch. And when you try to do that, you're losing out on crucial seconds of deciding what shot to play. And now Zuhair comes on against the right-hander.
Inside edge from Hafiz. He's getting some runs here and there. The score now moves to 105, which is the highest score, batting first so far on this ground.
Now Indonesia have managed to better Bhutan. Yesterday Bhutan just put up 104 all out. And Bahrain came out and had a little bit of a hit in the middle. Got that much needed match practice and chased that down. Outside edge, gone! And Zuhair strikes a second one. Arthawan goes. Ketut Arthawan. It was just trying to swing. But then again, I said don't swing across the turn, against the turn. Again, look at this. Off spinner bowling. And you wanted to swing it over the cover region. Get the edge. Gone for 0. 105 for 9 now, Indonesia. Yeah, he's not happy. He's definitely not happy. He said, this is what I can probably manage to do against this spin.
Right then, Zuhair picking up wickets in his first over and his second over consecutively. And that time it was a very clean catch by Wahid from the last time, which was a juggle. That was a clean one.
Yeah, he just went the one style way. He didn't mix it up with Australian and Indian style catching. He just went with the Indian way, the more safer way. Number 11, Maxi Kora comes on. He also tries to read the ball from the pitch. They haven't played much spin. We can say that. Indonesia and definitely haven't played much spin.
It's definitely harsh to think that a number 11 batter will have a good technique than the others. But the only batter who has stood out today, Rajaram. Nobody else stood the test of time.
Yeah, very much. And look at this. The breeze now gets a little stronger. And the breeze is taking away that side screen. And thankfully, no seamers are bowling. And the side screen, the groundsmen have another task to maintain the wind. A couple of them need to get that into position.
Yes, I think one of them have to just hold it and stay there maybe. It's very breezy out there. That's probably exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, the Indian way here also works. We have solutions for everything, don't we? On the back foot, cut away powerfully just to get off strike to deep point.
Maxi Koda seems like a very catchy name, that's for sure. Gets off the mark there. Zuhair has picked up 2 wickets. He's bowling it up as well, which is nice to see. Nicely behind it that time, Afes. Time now for the final delivery of the 26th. Off the back foot, he'll collect a single. Yes, he will. And he'll keep striking the next over. 26 gone, 107 for 9.
Nine wickets that Saudi Arabia has taken, and Indonesia under trouble. The first one was a run out in the first over. He did not know where the ball was. He was probably ball searching, and then Waqar came in, hit the bullseye. Umpire gave it very early, and then this was a nothing shot. Not getting in the line of the ball, just playing it from where he was, and again fuller land delivery on the stumps. Had no clue. Couple of them from Iftihaq. Back live. Just on that single that's been taken again. Will it be referred? No, the umpire thinks the batter is in.
I'd love to see Ishtiaq back in action. What a thunderous spell of bowling that was. Even the highlights package just showed you that he was acing that phase of game with his swing bowling. Yusuf out there, I think he's going to bowl out all his 10 overs unless he picks up a wicket here.
He'll be hoping for that for sure. Put up a 4-wicket haul. In the air, will that be taken backward of point? No! Again, no clue and no conviction in the shot. He's playing it off the turn, playing it off the pitch.
Went for the cut, gets the top edge there. The ball was spinning in to the fielder there, Zainul. He committed himself, but it was out of his reach that time. Afis is back on action.
Oh, that goes over covers now. The short covers wanted a second. No, sent back. Here's a single. Somehow they get to 110. Can they put up another 30 runs like this? Edges, nudges, taps, runs. It's really important. I know I'm asking for a too much from Indonesia of number 10-11. Oh, that was a big bat lift. Will actually come back for the second run towards that deep mid-wicket region. Yeah.
Just swung his bat like a stick there. Couple of runs again. Any runs that they get. Important runs for Indonesia. Maxi Koda moves to 4. And is playing his shots, that's for sure. Goes again. Misses out completely. Faster in trajectory as well. Would like to take a wicket. Final delivery of the 27th coming up.
A huge appeal going down the leg side, and also the height for sure. Wanted to rock on the back foot and swivel him towards deep square leg. Does not get it. 27, 112 for 9. And let's watch this now. Every over there's been a wicket that's been taken very often, and only that phase where Rajaram was doing his duties Somewhere there, Indonesia put up a fight back.
Zuhair will continue. Outside the off stump, and it has been lofted over the bowler's head. One more run, not more than that.
Zuhair came in for the first two deliveries. He really looked like a part-timer. Then now suddenly settling in to the line and the rhythm. Still have to get that length proper sometimes. And now just a big heave. Will fall safely. Good that he went with the turn at least.
Yes, that's rightly said. He went with the turn, but they're getting away with these shots here. The ball is going in the air, but it's falling in no man's land. Afis is back on strike. 114 now for Indonesia.
And that's what they'll have to keep doing. They'll have to try put bat on ball. Number 10 and 11 inside. So you will just need to get as many runs as possible. And everything is a bonus from here. And what's more important is they're trying to go for the ball which is bowled up on the eye line. They're not trying to go for the balls that's been bowled flatter. See, two deliveries from Zuhair. It was flatter. He just blocked it. Now if there's a loop that's been given, he'll go for it. No. Again. Was it taken? Was it taken? No. Does not claim it. Hisham does not claim it. Very, very good sportsman spirit. Wonderful to see this from the captain of Saudi Arabia. Back foot punches. Shot. Does not claim it. Immediately as he's sleeping, look at his hand. Wow.
Well,
Impressive.
100 fair play points to the captain. That's down the leg side. Off the pads maybe. They'll collect a run. Another important run here for Indonesia. Leg by signal by the umpire. That's the end of the 28th over. Indonesia 115 for 9.
Just looking at that 9 wickets that was fallen. This is the continuation of what it was. It's Wakar who came in and first won the run out that goes in, and then the LBWs. Before this there was a wicket which was no shot offered. It's a wrong shot, and 2 LBW wickets from Ishtihaq were a treat to watch. Then when the spinners came on, Yusuf got himself the big wicket of Rajaram. There we go. Again back live. Does not look like a wickets package. It looked like wonderful bowling that's actually been done the Indonesian batters in. There was not even a single bad delivery, or rather you can call it a single non-wicket taking delivery.
Absolutely. The initial start of play was brilliant for the bowling team, and was some clinical bowling as well. Goes for a big heave, as you could expect from a number 11. Maxi Kora plays and misses it.
The wrong thing was he was playing against the turn. Leg spinner bowling, trying to heave one on the onside. Just try to use that power and go through on the offside. That'll be much better. Over extra, over long off. And again, same shot. Ball spinning away from him. And if Yusuf can land the ball on leg stump and have a little turn, that'll be a big candidate now for an LBW, Maxi Kora. The only thing, he has to land on leg stump and turn from there.
Well, similar action, 3 takes. And thrice same result. This time a stumping has been appealed. And not out. No hesitation from the umpires.
He's already on the back foot and he does not want to come front as well. Look at that. It's planted like a tree there, that back foot. So no problem. He's played 3 shots. He's missed out on all 3, which is turning away. There's the cap that blows off the umpire's head. That suggests the strong wind nature that's been blowing.
First they appeal to the leg umpire for the stumping. Then they appeal to the main umpire just to maybe understand whether there was a nick or not.
He's not happy, Yusuf, because the ball had an extra bounce. He landed on that leg stump. The ball turned, as I was trying to explain. It did all those things right. Even I didn't think about the bounce. Not did Yusuf. Look at that. He's still disappointing. The ball just goes over the stumps. Extra bit of a bounce. Now he lets that one go. Made an over, I think. 116 for 9 after 29.
Yes, Yusuf finishes his spell of bowling as well, and that is why he was disappointed that he could not take that wicket. 3 for 25 in that spell. Off spinner Zuhair. Continuing from the same end. Back to the bowler. It's a dot ball to start off. Afish and Maxi Koda have managed to stitch some sort of a partnership and score some runs for Indonesia in the back end. They're hunting for the last wicket, Saudi Arabia. Lofted, but in the gap, long off will cut it off. One more run to Indonesia.
What they've also nicely done is they've been successful in irritating the Saudi Arabian spinners and the fielders. That's what you need from a number 10 and 11. Try and stay there as much as possible. You saw how Yusuf was really not happy with the ball pitching and turning and having that extra bit of a bounce. Zuhair, he's got a shot fine inside the ring. Taken, gone this time. Zuhair gets 3. Indonesia get bundled out at 117. Again, nothing short from Maxi Koda. He was supposed to be pulling that ball towards mid-wicket and just tried to block it and straight to Zuhair.
Yes, you could feel this was going to happen, and he played that shot. The ball spun inside him, hits the top edge of his bat as well, and just lobs back to the bowler. Easy catch. And Indonesia are all out for 117. That's the batting scorecard. Rajaram just featuring that innings of 63, the star of the show. And a 15 from Arta as well, which was another double-figure score in that scorecard.
Paddy Survey Rajaram, only 63, the Mumbai Cars. So how the wickets actually fell was really interesting, as 3 wickets for Yusuf, 3 for Zuhair, the leg spinner getting 3, off spinner getting 3, and Ishtiaq, the seamer, getting 3, 1 on the run out. So it's a very, very good bowling unit. Apart from Wahid, everybody under that 5-run mark. Atif was just a touch expensive, 4 for 24, but after that, it was all the spinners that's brought Saudi Arabia back into the game versus Indonesia. So if you just get this, Saudi Arabia need 118 to win after the wonderful bowling performance. How was that bowling performance to tie down Indonesia at 117? First, the run out. Definitely important, as Waqar came in from short square leg and he went to the farther end. That was really interesting because the batter didn't expect that. And then there was wrong shot swinging across the line. The batter, but then these two, after those LBWs, that's really important. Yeah, that's the one. Pitching fuller in length, had no clue about it, is Banek. And then another LBW that was wonderfully bowled. Natif, he tried to stick on there, but there was a little bit of a fight back as a Raja Ram show started from there.
Yes, Raja Ram, what a scintillating knock that has been. Started off firing with all guns blazing, and then wickets fell all around him as well, so he had to stop his power hitting. But some brilliant shots and some treat that was produced by this batter, both to the left, to the spinners and the pacers.
Yeah, and also very impressive on the way that he picked those balls for playing his shots. But then after that, the downfall began. The partnership was broken. Ramdhani went with frustration. And Rajaram, after that 6, he also was frustrated. And there, even before the ball was caught, Yosef was celebrating because Wahid came under the ball at long off. Rajaram had to go for a well-made 63. Then Artha tried to stick his bat in. Then the Indian and the Australian way combination with the slip catching that went in. So Artha, couple of blows, a boundary and a 6. And then just looped a straight one to Zuhair. Zuhair came in to tie the left-hander down. He did a fabulous job picking 3 wickets. Once again, very good catch from Wahid in the slips. And Zuhair Gies got that last one. So that's how Indonesia got bundled out to 117. So now we'll just slip into a short little break. And when we come back, we'll see how Saudi Arabia will chase this 118 that has been needed. Saudi Arabia and Indonesia. They are playing their first game from Group B. Today the matches have kicked off from the Group B stages. The top two teams of both the groups will play the semi-finals, as Saudi Arabia had won the toss. They had elected to bowl first, and that is a very, very impressive bowling performance, I should say, because apart from Raja Ram, nobody actually stood up to that bowling attack from Saudi Arabia. Very impressive bowling card. If you look at this, not an impressive batting card for sure for Indonesia. And the bowling card will suggest that the spinners in tandem took 6 wickets along with Istihaq, the seamer, picking up 3 as well. So 9 wickets among those 3 bowlers with a very, very good economy rate. So the target is just 118 runs now to get for Saudi Arabia. And just that one small little change over time. This is not the lunch break that has been taken. 118 to get for Saudi Arabia shouldn't be a big problem. But if Indonesia can peg in some early wickets, we'll have an interesting game on our hands. As the keeper will probably walk back. He's not standing up to the stumps. Wanted to just look at the angle. I'm Navin Shari, and along with me is Diyush. Diyush expecting some quick wickets from Indonesia.
Absolutely. The sun is beating down, and Saudi Arabia would also be planning to score some quick runs. All the knocking in the nets will come into effect. But that also means that Indonesia can pick up wickets. Start of the second innings. The run chase is on.
A gentle loosener runs in. Rogerio Koda. That's what he is. Maxi Koda. That's what was being named as Abdul Wahid, the man who took wonderful catches in the slip cordon. He's come out to bat to Saudi Arabia.
Rogerio Maxi Koda. Yes, right arm medium fast. You try to get some swing early on. Not to see so far. It's probably not getting that seam position right, maybe.
And also no pace. I mean, look at that run up. It's not a rhythmic run up. He's just stretching his legs. So that itself shows that he's just putting in those extra yards from his leg, not from the body. And joining in Wahid is Waqar on the other side, who inflicted that run out first up. Oh, that's very close off the outside edge.
Yes, Wahid wants to get the feel of the ball. One ball off the bat will just settle the nerves. It's been a bowling track in the last 2 games that we have seen. 1 of 4 in the last game was chased down pretty convincingly by Bahrain. 118 here today for Saudi Arabia, the target. Wahid on strike again.
He's bowling a good channel, nevertheless. Is Maxi Koda. He's not allowed the extra bit of room. And channel, I mean, he's also bowling the right length. He has to do it because he's not got that extra pace. He's not got that natural seam that goes out. And that's the reason you've just got a one slip, a gully, and that third fielder in between the slip and the gully. Point, cover, and a short extra and mid-off. So 2 fielders are deep backward square, and third fielder outside edge exactly goes in that gap that I was mentioning about. Off the mark is Saudi Arabia and Wahid with that single.
It's not very comfortable off the outside edge, but some runs under his belt. Wahid gets off the mark. Left-hander, Waqarul Hassan. So there's a left-hand, right-hand combination up the order.
I'll tell you what, Waqar threw the ball on the run out when he inflicted the run out with the right hand to get out Danielson Hawaii. That is something to watch out for. Because, as I always keep saying this, if you're a natural right-hander and if you bat left-handed, Your left side of the body covers, or rather controls your brain controls the body. The left side of the brain controls the body. So Waka will be a natural left-hand hitter because he's a natural right-hander by nature. There, strong bottom hand, similar to what my design of nature is. After the first over, 1 for no loss. Yeah, because naturally I'm a right-hander, bowl right-handed, bat left-handed. So generally, and that's the reason, the science behind Sachin's such a big achievement, so successfully achieving, is because he's a left-hander. He writes left-handed and bats right-handed. He eats also left hand. So his right side of the brain controls his whole body.
And he also bowls right-handed as well.
Yes, he bowls right-handed. So that's why that little extra spin that he's got, but he writes left-handed, eats left-handed. So when you're a natural left-hander, your right side of the body is being covered with your brain. The right side of the brain covers your whole body. So when you're batting right-handed, your brain knows your natural instincts and you're watching the ball also more clearer because the right side of the body and the brain has been in control. So yeah, that's the science behind it as Johannes comes in. Full toss. Timed it very well. Should be a boundary. First one for Wahid and Saudi Arabia. Easy pickings on the onside through mid-wicket.
Yes, the right word was timing. He's timed that perfectly. And in the gap, the ball raced across this slow outfield. Nicely played. The first boundary and the first confident-looking shot as well from Wahid.
Yeah, not a right start from Johannes. Just feeding the batter on the full.
Down the leg side again. Just straying. He's erring in the line to start off his spell of bowling. Johannes. Another easy single there to the batters.
Kadek Gamantika, the captain. He's got the left hand, right hand to manage out. They've got a gully, they've got a deep third fielder, they've got a point, backward of point, cover and mid off for the left hander, and mid on and mid wicket in the ring for the left hander. That didn't require a dive.
Yes, Waqar. The man we were talking about. Such creations by the universe, isn't it? Batting left-handed, bowling right-handed, eating with a different hand as well. Waqar on strike. Whipped away. And the leg umpire had to duck for it, but the ball was going under him. Couple of runs taken. He's off the mark as well.
Again, not the right line from Johannes, and the length even poorer. Very full on the pads.
Three balls, in fact 4 deliveries in this over, 2 full tosses. One has been treated for a boundary, one for a couple of runs to open the account for Waqar. Johannes running in now. Flashes it. In the gap, could go to the boundary. No, it doesn't. The third man fielder does well. They're coming back for the second. They'll do it quite easily.
Again, bowling very full. Johannes is trying to get something out of the air, the wind that's been blowing across the ground. Look at those jerseys flutter, especially of the keeper. It's blowing from right to left of our screen. He's trying to take the ball away from the left-hander. He's not bowled good length. He's not bowled in the right channel as well. See, again, very full. This times it straight to point. After 2, 10 for no loss.
Expensive last over. 9 came off it. Maxi Koda will continue. And he's going to bowl to Wahid, the right-hander, who scored a boundary in the last over as well. Down the leg side again, just helping it towards fine leg.
Yeah, the deep backward square fielder, he was just placed in exactly for that bad ball, is it? It just went exactly straight to him. Yeah, Maxi Koda and Johannes, they both need to understand it's just one wicket that'll put pressure on the Saudi Arabian openers. One wicket goes down, then the number 3 comes in. He'll take a few while. So it's all about that first initial good start, and not even a single delivery where it can be questioned to these openers has been bowled. Again, bad line. Even though the length was okay, the line this time was way outside off stump.
It's a very interesting point that you made earlier as well, that a fielder was kept there at backward square leg in the deep, maybe understanding that there will be a loose ball. And that also tells me that the bowlers can set the field according to their weaknesses as well, isn't it?
Generally not the right way to go about. And especially when you're just defending 1-1-7. And also Waqar and Wahid both, they've not played any rash shots. They've treated the ball as a new ball. They've said, okay, it's not a big total. Let's not get too flashy and too heroic about the way we go forward onto this. Because you've never seen even a single slog across the line. That's very good. And if you have to climb up that ratings in the ACC rankings, you'll have to win most of your matches. That's what matters, because the top 2 teams of this ACC Men's Challenger Cup will play in Nepal in April. That's a bigger tournament where it'll be another qualifying tournament for the main Asia Cup that's coming up. So the top 2 teams in that league, which is going to be played in Nepal in April, will be a big grab for the top 2 teams of this ACC Men's Challenger Cup. So it's a good way to climb up those ladders.
Yes, this is a big tournament as well. ACC Men's Challengers Cup 2023 from Bangkok. Goes on till the 5th of March. Pulled away, beautiful looking shot. And that has gone to the boundary, has it? Yes, it has. Deservingly so. Because that was a shot which was picked up very early and it was sent to the boundary packing as well.
Bad length again, pitching it very short. Pulled off the front foot. Look at it. That's why it just went in front of square towards that mid wicket. It was treated with disrespect as well from Waqar, because it was standing right up there and asking to be hit. Shortish ball, no pace from Maxi Koda. And do not bother shifting and transferring the weight around. No bothering of swiveling. Wonderfully placed. I'm sure now it will be a fuller one, and Waqar needs to watch out and drive through the offside.
It is a fuller one, and he just plays it towards the point fielder. Yes, again another over where the runs are flowing for the batting team. Waqar gets his first boundary going as well. 16 for no loss, the first match practice for either of these teams. And that is why they would like to play on and stick to the wickets. Understand the surface and the ground. Final delivery of the third coming up from Maxi Koda.
Probably Saudi Arabia are looking at that 1 hour's play now that's left before that lunch break will be taken at 1 p.m. It's timed very nicely to deep square leg. Another couple of runs. So they will want to maintain the wickets column at 0 for the next past 1 hour. After 18 for no loss. So they're really looking at that 1 p.m. It should be a tall batting order. Saad, Asif, Zuhair. Yeah, there you see Zuhair, the part-time off spinner who got that 3 wickets, placed right there in the middle of the batting order. Zianul is placed 3. I doubt if he is coming at number 3. Exactly 100 needed now.
Johannes will continue. Very good start from the batting team, chasing 118 to win this match. The running between the wickets has been pretty nice as well. Couple of runs in the last ball of the last over. That time a big call of no from Waqar. 18 for no loss, Saudi Arabia. Bowled really well. They haven't lost a wicket in the run chase so far.
Driven in the gap. Will they come back for the second? Good combination fielding effort. And it's the stumps on the direct. Wow. They've got some skills. The mid-on and mid-off fielders. The ball was driven between them. And I loved what they did. They both went for the chase. When the chase was on, look at what he does. Wonderfully well. And the receiving and the throw. That was Arthwan. That was flipping the ball back, and Priyanandan with the direct hit. Stuck on the pads, and the keeper just does not cover the ball up. Third fielder comes across, stops it. From the pads, you had to stop it. Was it of the bat? The runs has been given off the bat. Did it? No, there was no bat involved. That's a good stop.
Yes, from the outside it looked like came off the face of the pad. But runs given by the umpire, he thinks otherwise.
Relaxed, very relaxed. The Saudi Arabian unit. Again down the leg side. Now that's a good stop. That's a much needed stop that he had to do. Ramdhoni behind the stumps. Actually.
White ball signal. Good effort by the keeper there. But in the last two deliveries, the fielding effort has been really nice, which will play on the minds of the batters whether to run for the second or not. Wahid on strike. Johannes the bowler.
Straight to covers. But that ball that was being given as runs was very interesting to see. And this was very interesting. There you go. There's no bat involved. That was the why that was being given. But the ball previously to this that went out was given as runs from the bat. Outside edge, no slip. That's a genuine edge. Whether you get an edge or not, just have the slip there. Try and avoid the Saudi Arabian batters to feel a little comfortable. It was a regulation catch.
Yes, the fielders behind the stumps are pretty fine. The third man fielder as well, very fine there. Cuts it off, keeps it down to just a single. But I think, yes, the better ploy would be to keep a slip and take those catches rather than protecting the boundary ropes. Final delivery of the fourth has been pushed back to the mid-off fielder. It's a dot ball to end it. 22 for no loss after 4.
At 12 o'clock here. Yeah, the ice cream and the cold coffee works. Combination of both also works. Very much. He's kept the ice cream there, not taken a bite yet. There, can he? No! No, he does not. No, does not take a bite. Go for it. Go for it, gentlemen. Have a bite unless we cut another shot. Quickly. The ball is ready. Go for it. No, does not take it.
That was some sort of a thriller, wasn't it?
Why was he holding the ice cream? We are waiting here in the sun for you if you're not interested.
There's a brand of ice cream out there in my hometown called as the ice cream weather. This is the ice cream weather in Bangkok. He did not take a bite though.
Interesting. Very interesting. What was stopping him from taking a bite? There he does.
Get it.
He does finally get it. Yeah. Throat will be dried. Talking so much. Yeah, good. Good ice cream follow from our guys as well. Outside edge will go over that infield towards that extra cover region for another boundary.
Well, Wahid waits for his turn and plays a classic shot. This was uppish, no doubt, but it was in the gap and was punched so nicely. Gets his second boundary as well. 26 for no loss. Saudi Arabia taking this away with the opening partnership.
And that looked like that leading edge, which actually took it over. He probably wanted to play down the ground. And that leading edge actually taking the ball over to extra cover region. We'll have a look at that once again after this delivery. A good comeback. Very good comeback. Wanted to guide it. And just look at this for the boundary that was being scored in this over. He wanted to go straight.
Shot this time, waits for it and cuts it, but there is a short point fielder. So boundary of the first delivery and then good comeback by the bowler.
Yeah, we were just talking about this boundary that has been scored. Look at him. He was trying to go towards mid-off and then the leading edge actually taking the ball away towards that extra cover region. So why are we even discussing on this is because Indonesia should understand this, that they are trying to play straight, and if you can just keep it away from that off stump area, just like that, and allow the batters to drive in, that's a wicket taking opportunity again. So that boundary from Wahid is not a convincing one. He will know it. The moment he had hit it, he'll definitely know what it was. It never intended to go over extra cover. It's just that power of the shot that took it toward that region, and luckily it was a power play.
Yes, after that replay I would also say that. But the commitment was there. That's why it took it to the boundary of the outer half of the bat. Last ball of the fifth. Oh, he was playing across the line there. And not the best effort by the fielder, throwing towards the stumps. They will collect a single to end the fifth. It's 27 for no loss, Saudi Arabia, needing 91 more of 45 overs.
Look who's coming to bowl. It is Paddy Surve. Padmakar Surve. Raja Ram comes in. Top scorer for Indonesia. Good batter. Should be a handy bowler as well. Coming to bowl inside the power play. And he's starting from the right end. He's starting from the tall tree end, where he can get some purchase. I'll have to check out his action though. Very easy. Width provided. Good stop at the covers from the captain himself, Gamantika.
Yes, that's what you need from your fielders as a bowler as well. Being very miserly, very tight inside the 30-yard circle. It was a drive from Wahid to face the first delivery from Raja Ram. What he's got up his sleeves. Second delivery. Short one, and it has been cut away in the gap. Might be more than one, will be two for sure. Yes, 2 more runs taken.
Good effort from Priyanandana to chase that one from mid-off. Punched off that back foot through that cover region. Though you will have to understand that Rajaram also is not too pacey. And look at this, packed offside field. Mid off, extra cover, point, backward point, gully, and there is a third fielder. Why not pitch it up? Yeah, just like that. That's a good ball.
This is mixing up his length. First 3 deliveries. The first one was a half volley. Second one was a back of a length. Then this is a better line as well. Stacking the stumps. He's not getting the swing. Neither of them are getting the swing in the second innings. Different conditions altogether. Slightly back of length again. That punch that he plays very nicely, Wahid. Finds the fielder this time. Just 89 required from a lot of overs to come. But we have the lunch break in the next 45-50 minutes.
And look at what day actually we've started off the ACC Men's Challenger Cup 2023. The 50 over format. And the first man on earth scoring a double century was yesterday. 23rd Feb.
Wow, what a stat.
So we've started off on a right note, but the batters have struggled on this stuff. Apart from yesterday, I think Junaid, and now today, Rajaram. The reason for that remembrance is, again, Paddy from Mumbai is batted well today and starts off well. Just 2 off his first. After the 6, 29 for no loss. A huge inside edge onto the pad. Maxi Koda. He's done well because on that 4th over that he's bowling, he's not given away a lot of runs. The runs have leaked from the other side, where Johannes has been wary of length and the line. Maxi Koda is good. He's just trying to hit the right length, right area. Rogerio, that's why he started the attack also with the ball for Indonesia.
Goes for a big heave. This is a top edge. Somebody. Yes, there is, but he has spilled it. And it was under the sun. Very difficult to judge those. But that is a major chance gone down begging.
That's Muhaddis in the covers. That was again hit across the line. Leading edge. Muhaddis came under it. Had to take it. Was going behind him. He had the eye gear on. Even under the sun. Very, very disappointing effort. That's the first time. It's the first ever time that the opportunity was there to pick up a wicket. And it's been spilled down.
Completely misjudged. Just got a fingertips to it. Otherwise, the ball hit his cap, his hat rather, and went down on the ground. Major chance for Indonesia. They've taken a run, which means Wahid is back on strike.
There's a shortish gully which was catching my eye, and it just exactly goes to him. And also, even with Saudi Arabia dropping 3 chances, those were not as easy as these. Yes, of course, one for Hisham in Yusuf's bowling to Artha. That's probably the first one, and Yusuf out of his own bowling. Those were the 2 real drop chances that should have been taken. But this is comparatively the more easiest one of them, because it was not hit very hard. He was positioned himself nicely. He was just running back. Don't know for what. He should have just stayed there. Leading edge again goes over that point region, and this is rubbing insult to injury now. Catch being dropped on the other end, and Wahid comes on the strike and scores a boundary.
Again, just goes at it hard. He was trying to go towards the mid-off region. Again, gets that outside, thickish outside edge. But once again, just putting a bit of power behind it, and the ball just lobbing over that inner field. Few bounces over the boundary ropes. 34 for no loss. The runs are coming thick and fast, no matter how they come. Right behind that one. Direct throw because he was trying to challenge that fielder. It's a dot ball though.
If you once again go back to see the drop chance from Mahid, look at this. He was swinging across the line. He was traveling, he was positioned well. That's a good position to take a catch. Going behind. And drops it, Muhaddis. That's the second time, isn't it? For Wahid. What is happening, guys? What is happening? Wahid was sent back by Waqar. He's not happy. And the fielder again loses an opportunity for another run out. This is unbelievable and unacceptable. It just went to, I think, the shortest square. And there, the throw never came from Artwan. Ramdhoni does not come near the stumps. In 1 over, there was 2 wickets. One for Waqar, one for Wahid. Both missed. How can you exert pressure now on the opposition? The opportunity was given. They have not taken it.
Well, quite an eventful last over. 2 chances were just presented away by the bowling team. The second one was probably, again, I thought that the keeper could have done much better to have come back behind the stumps. Easy chance, gone down begging again.
Yeah, Ramdhoni should have come up to the stumps very quickly. Because he saw Waqar not agreeing for the run. Wahid went for it. And it was Wahid's call. Because I'll tell you why. Because the ball is in front of the square. So it is the striker's call. It's a good call from Wahid. Waqar wasn't ready for that single. Sent him back. And Wahid was not even in the frame when the throw came in from Artwan.
They're reeling under those chances right now. Waqar on 12. Wahid on 20. 2 chances in the last over. Saudi Arabia should take these chances with both hands and probably get on with a huge partnership and probably get a clean sweep today against Indonesia.
And also what's nice from Rajaram is he's bowling within himself. He knows his limitations. He's not got a lot of pace. He's not tried to bowl something short of length. He's just made sure that he hits the right areas around that good length area. And no back of the length bowling like we saw yesterday from Bahrain. Because there were 2 good fast bowlers. So you can hit the deck hard. That hard length where the batters will really struggle. Again, very full small width that was being provided. It's cut away towards that backward off point for a boundary. Yeah, the backward off point
was a proper cut shot behind that point region and just raced to the boundary ropes. The camera could not even capture that. Was it so fast? Those chances have given the confidence back to the batters.
Now, acrobatic dive from Artwan. He would have been really pinching himself that he let the run out go of Wahid. Acrobatic dive for nothing, no cause. As I was mentioning about Rajaram bowling within himself, he's bowled two deliveries short of length. Now goes back to his stock delivery. After 8:38 for no loss, Indonesia need a big inspiration on the field.
Looks like there's going to be a bowling change from Indonesia. Arthawan has been introduced into the attack. Going to see some spin, off spin or leg spin. It is a leg spinner and it's been treated in the first delivery. Short one for Wahid to rock back on his back foot and just place it as brilliantly as that one.
What's more nice is he did not try to hit it behind square. He just managed to pick the gap in between the mid-on fielder and the mid-wicket fielder. And there's a conversation between the keeper, slip and the batter. It was not a right start from Arthawan. He missed out on that run-out chance. That was to Wahid. The captain has said, okay, come on in, Arthawan, try picking up a wicket. He's come in, he's bowled a shortish delivery. It's been hammered away.
Lets that go, just watches the ball through till the end and leaves that to the wicket keeper. Leg spinner, wrist spinner, Arthawan. From the leg stump, he wants to spin that inside. There's no fielders there. The ball stops right at the edge. And the batters will take an easy couple of runs.
Yeah, this is the beauty of this ground, and they'll have to realize this very soon. The shots will not get the same value that you will probably get in a different ground. You will have to run all the runnings that you have to put it on the board, and also gives another chance for the fielding side to probably stop it. And the batter should really get that into their system. That this ground will not have that same value of shots as you might get on some other surface or the grounds. After the first ball, it's okay-ish in this over from Arthawan. Again, a little shot. Straight to covers.
Two fielders in the deep are a deep square leg and a deep cover. We still are inside the power plays. One more over to go after this. Down the leg side again. Easy pickings. More runs for the batting team. Two more for sure. Are they going to come back for the third? No, they aren't. Two more runs to end that over. Saudi Arabia, after 9 overs, are 46 for no loss.
If you look at how many bowlers have bowled to Saudi Arabia now within this 9 overs, it'll be really interesting because I'm sure they've utilized 4 bowlers where only Maxi Koda has been really impressive. Arthawan with that 8-run first over was not at all on target. Couple of deliveries on the pads And it should have been a couple of boundaries, but nevertheless, they just got a couple of runs on each delivery. So that's saving 4 runs for the sluggish outfield for Indonesia. And what Rajaram should also try and do is probably bowl more wicket to wicket, because he's got that very gentle medium pace and the batters can't work him off. So for me, he comes across more of like a Rajat Bhatia kind of a bowler, where he has to keep it within stump to stump and make sure the batters take all the charge. He's been a little shortish, especially to Wakar. He's been given a lot of room outside of stump to the left-hander. That has to stop.
One upside in the bowling attack is that they haven't conceded a lot of extras. In fact, one of those extra is a leg bye as well. So the lines and the lengths have been tight, but they haven't managed to grab those opportunities. A catch was dropped as well as a run out.
And the wickets column 46 for no loss on 0 would have been 2. 1, the catch was being put down. In the same over, there was a run out opportunity as well. First, it was Wakar. He was just swinging across the line. Maxi Koda thought Muhaddis got it. No, not a right way to catch it. And then in the same over, what happened was, it was Artwan who got to the ball quickly and threw nowhere. And even Ramdhoni couldn't come in time near the stump to collect the ball. So 2 opportunities gone missing in the same over. As Hafiz will come on now. Is he a spinner? Yeah, he is.
Yes, in the hindsight, that was a rash throw as well. So they don't really practice these chances. That is pretty evident when the time comes. Now there's another spinner who has been brought back. It's been brought into the attack for the first time, in fact. Office.
I also felt that Artwan somewhere held the throw back, because Ramdhoni was not near the stumps. So he didn't want to shy the stumps and cost an extra run out of it. So probably holding the throw back, as there is a deep mid-wicket now. I think it's a leg spinner who's come in. No, it's an offie. And they've got a deep mid-wicket. I fail to understand that sort of a strategy, because Wakar is not going to sweep you. And the last over of power play, you just have a deep mid-wicket. If the bowler bowls on the pass. See, again, having a feel for a bad ball. Now this has to be taken. Leading edge, who comes under it? No, falls in no man's land again. And that was Priyanandana trying to get under the ball from long off. It was his catch. It was definitely his catch. Why was he running away? Why was he running away?
Yes, lack of judgment once again. Sloppy in the field, Indonesia. If they have to play with the big boys, they have to up their games, their skills. The practice sessions should come into play as well. Missing out catches, missing out runouts. Saudi Arabia has definitely looked like a better team in this contest. Single on offer. Yes, they are going to take it.
So the opportunity is definitely been created by the bowlers. The fielders have not supported them. And Hafiz, in the first over itself, Wakar was trying to swing across the turn. Did not read the offie well. Again, a leading edge, just going straight towards long off. Was trying to heave him towards mid-wicket, and there is a deep mid-wicket. That's what we were discussing about. A good over from Hafiz. After the power play, 48 for no loss now. So after the power play, it is one season or the one innings where Indonesia would have been really asking that the things go in their way. It started off with a couple of boundaries from Wahid and Waqar, and after that, in the same over, there were two missed chances. This was again from Waqar, was the catch opportunity that he was given away from Artwan. He should have taken it. And then in the same over, there was a run-out chance that was missed. This was again a leading edge over that point region for another boundary. This was the run-out. Definitely should have taken it. Muhaddis dropping the catch. Artwan in that run-out. And then Paddy not pitching up right in the right areas. As Gamantika, the captain, will be coming into the attack. But that last boundary was the one that came in that power play. For the 11th, captain starts off.
Well, they're changing their bowlers, but I think the bowlers are creating the chances. It's the fielders that they need to up their game. Gamantika is probably the 6th bowler used inside the first 11 overs of the second innings. Single has been taken. The score has moved to 49. Waqar plays it down towards long off. 50. In fact, it has gone to the boundary. There was no long off in position. There was a mid off inside the 30-yard circle. And he just watched it race along the carpet to the boundary. 50 comes up in style.
And bad length again, bowling fuller Gamantika and allowing Waqar to just bring his heavy bat down in time. Also that mid-off fielder, very squarish in position. Yeah, I understand if the off-spinner is bowling, it will go towards that extra cover region more often. But then when the batter drives it straight, again, trying to drive straight once again. I think now there's a long off. Yeah, there's a long off in place now. Long off and long on.
Now that shot was again tried. Now it will reap just a single because there's a protection in the deep. This is easy for the batters. No risk cricket.
But it was a good ploy from Gamantika to start off with the mid-on up in the ring, mid-off up in the ring. I would have just felt to keep the mid-on up instead of the mid-off because he's an off-spinner. So what happens is even if the drive down the ground goes, it should just be a single. And if you need to like put it over mid-on, wow, that's a good stop. That's wonderfully done by Banwek. Does well, saved a certain boundary. That's what you need in the field.
Ferdinando Banwek is the fielder there, just committing himself to that dive. Is running away from him, but nicely done. Long on is back there, so one more run to end the over. The run rate is right up there for Saudi Arabia. They're looking really good. After 11 overs, they're 56 for no loss.
Good opening stand. 56 they've put on together, Wahid and Waqar. And that will give a lot of confidence to the rest of the batting order. Alright, Hafiz, he's created a chance the previous over. He has to recreate it. You need to be bold-hearted, big-hearted, because the fielding efforts has let Indonesia down on the field. And even Saudi Arabia, they were actually not too great with the drop chances and all that, but the bowlers were comparatively better than Indonesia.
Absolutely. They're just very much in the game all the time in the first innings, the bowlers. attacking the stumps, changing their lengths, varying their paces as well. Afis has looked good so far. He's just given away 2 runs of his first over and is attacking the left-hander here, Waqar. Matchup in favour of the bowler.
I would have really loved a slip in position. You push your long off back, have a slip there, because you are bowling to Waqar, the left-hander, the off-spinner is bowling. So Waqar, if he wants to just drive down the ground for a single, that's an opportunity in the slips, because he's bowling really well. And that length of fuller length should be a wicket-taking opportunity again. So whether you get a wicket or no, at least create those chances, create those opportunities. Try and invite the batter for a single. They've got a shortish gully which is of no use because it is short and wide outside off stump. That's cut away towards backward off point. The shortish gully definitely is of no use there, because Hafiz is bowling fuller. He's trying to take the ball away from the left-hander, and generally not easy for any left-hander to play off-spin well.
Yes, what that single has done, which has brought back the right-hander on strike to the off-spinner. A lot of words exchanged between the captain and the bowler. Just off the back foot, finds the fielder. It's just 1 run of that over. 57 for no loss after 12.
Rajaram was the top scorer for Indonesia, 63 of 73 deliveries. Paddy is done well for a good recognition. But apart from that, he's got no support from the batting. But then the bowling of Saudi Arabia was on target. I think Gamantika, the captain, will continue.
Massive breeze across the ground as well. As we speak, the sun is beating down, but there's a bit of a windy condition out there. Again, the off spinner and 2 fielders. In fact, the bowler and the fielder just dashing at each other. I hope the bowler is all right.
Yeah, it's a captain. Watch out. And he's crashing into Paddy. Paddy Surve is a heavily built man. Boom. Oh, right. Captain, watch out, he says. Oh, Paddy rubbing off his chest. Probably getting the forehead of his captain into his chest on that collision.
Almost getting speared.
Captain definitely not behaving like Roman Reigns. Right.
That's what I wanted to hear. Easy single there, too long off. Wahid is rotating the strike pretty nicely, getting the scoreboard ticking. Let's move to the 30s. Waqar on 26. Still requiring exactly 59. 2x the score, and they'll win the match from here, Saudi Arabia.
A half job done, but it had its own dangerous path, because they were not very clean and clear in this 59 runs that they've been put on the board. Should have at least been 59 for 2 now, but with both openers gone. Again, swinging across the turn. He's got a good hold of it. It's out of here. That's the biggest 6 in this ground until now. Cows Corner, favorite region. After 1365 for no loss.
Waqar there displays his power. That has been sent packing. Faster delivery than any other e-commerce sites, isn't it? Outside the ground. 62 after the end of that over. In fact, 65, correction, after the end of that over.
And Gamantika didn't order that 6 at all. The delivery was given to his doorstep. He's like, no, I didn't order. I didn't do cash on delivery. Let me not do it. But yeah, Waqar forced it on him. Wonderful. Hafiz will start off to the right-hander now. He's bowled really nicely to Waqar from around the stumps. Not a right start. Not a right start, and does not capitalize on that, Waheed.
He doesn't look to be going hard at the balls in the last couple of overs. He's looked very content with his strategy of just pushing singles and doubles here and there. Again, just backing up and playing it towards mid-off. He's happy just rotating the strike. Waqar showed some intent in the last delivery. Muscled it for 6.
Also, the slot that was being bowled at, that was much quicker, much flatter through the air, and it was just bowled away from the left-handers off stump. So that gave the elevation right to Waqar to free his arms. It's not bowled into the body. And see, Hafiz is doing well. He's bowling into the body. He's not giving that elevation. He's not giving that room. If you watch that 6, that's once again been hit by Waqar with so much power. Look at that. It was so wide off his off stump, and that's why he got that elevation to clear Cow's corner very comfortably. Very good work, I'll tell you, from our lensman and the EVS operators and the director. That remind me of the director. Yesterday he celebrated his birthday.
Yes.
Did he treat you with something?
We are still waiting for that cake.
He treats you with rather he greets you with a smile. Doesn't treat you, right? He greets you every morning with a big smile. Nice man to work with, Rohit. I mean, he's a Chaudhry, right? He has to spend like a Chaudhry. A single down there at square leg. After 1468 for no loss. Yeah, the UFO that has been doing a round of talks. Definitely not on Bangkok, definitely not in Asia, of course. I wonder why every time it's the American heartland that finds the UFOs. I mean, they've been sighting some of them recently in this year as well. Of course, one balloon was shot down, and that was not an UFO, thankfully. A country coming up and owning it, saying it was our property. I was wondering what was it doing in the US territory.
And that was an expensive missile which was launched to get that balloon down as well. So they're just playing their own games, I would say.
Yeah, but the game of Indonesia should be now at least spot on. Bring on that one over or a couple of overs where there are no runs at all. Dry it up. Is inching towards that 1 o'clock mark. Yeah, even the umpire watches the watch and says when the lunch break will be taken. In the air, take it! Wow, what a catch this is! This has spoilt the partnership, and this has also wiped off the drop catches. Wonderful diving effort, and Arthwana strikes and takes Waheed out. He was the one who missed out on that run out. It's a very good diving catch.
Now that is a catch that has brought everybody off their seats. Wonderful catch, diving to his right. That is the effort that you want to see. Finally that breakthrough. Abdul Waheed departs for 33. Well made. 4 boundaries in that innings as well.
Yeah, the captain shows his fielders how to catch the ball. Wonderful catch. 68 for 1. Partnership broken. Waheed can have an early lunch. That's all. He'll be happy only for that, not for the way that he played the ball. If you can look at that once again, he was very early into the shot. The ball didn't grip. It just had a little turn. He was very early into the shot. And Gamantika, the captain, diving away towards his right in that shortish cover. He'll be happy that they got that first wicket. Still 50 needed as Saad walks in. Saad Khan. Is he a left-hander himself? Yes, I think so. Yeah. Two left-handers now. Bring on Hafiz, the off-spinner.
It's interesting decision from the captain of Saudi Arabia to send in another left-hander here with two off-spinners bowling. 50 required, first breakthrough for Indonesia. And a wonderful one to the eye as well. Brilliant catch. Saad will face his first delivery straight away. Arthawan the bowler. Leg spinner Arthawan in fact. Short ball. Just easy pickings to get off the mark.
He's not got a googly. Definitely not got a googly, Arthawan. And not a right start to Saad Khan, especially after the wicket of the right-hander has been taken. If you don't have a googly, you know what you should actually do as a leg spinner. Just keep with the same action. Try bowl an off spinner. Yeah, that was again wide of off stump. But try bowl that off spinner. Just go on top of your delivery stride of the ball. Change the grip of the ball and bowl the off spinner, because you will not have at least couple of deliveries to bowl the left-hander if you're a leg spinner in 1 over. Bowl the off instead of bowling it wide outside the leg stump. So these are small little changes that comes in with that street smart thinking of on the cricketing lines.
Yes, I actually haven't seen a lot of bowlers doing that, which is a very good ploy. But I feel that they think that the batter reads them when they do that. But that isn't a reason not to do that, I would say. Because that's another little skill that you add to your arsenal. 15 overs gone here. 69 for 1.
Yeah, just going back to that discussion, it's a good point that you brought up. And even if you don't bowl the off spinner, your any which ways will be picked for runs. So what is the point in not trying it and being picked for runs against a left-hander who's very well settled now, as 6 bowlers been used to bowl these 15 overs. And Arthawan is the only man getting that wicket. Should have definitely been 2 more for the tally, especially for Maxi Koda. Yeah, now Hafiz. Now tell me something, Diyush. He was bowling so wonderfully well around the stumps, taking the ball away from Waqar, and he's gone first ball straight over the stumps. For what? When a ploy is working, why change it to a new man, Saad Khan? And why is there a no slip is my big question. Again, see, no control of that shot. It was a bad ball, pitching short, and the ball will slow down for a couple of runs. When you had so much good rhythm, and see, this is what Gamantika as the captain should understand and realize. It's a new man, Saad Khan, who's in. I said, okay, bring Hafiz on. I think now he's changing around the stumps. Yeah, good Hafiz. Thanks that you're reading my psychology. At least not hearing my voice. You're reading my psychology. The side screen will be moved. And Gamantika, if he can read my mind, bring the slip in. It's a new man in. And the reason why I say this, for people watching and listening, it's not that, towards Indonesia or Saudi Arabia. I just feel that in a game of cricket, it has to be a good equal balance between bat and ball. So whenever a team is lagging behind, either with the bat or ball, I try and put out some ploys with the team that is lagging. Like, for example, if Saudi Arabia had lost 5 wickets in this stage, we would have said, okay, just 47 needed. Just hang in there until the lunch break. You will, just get 10 more minutes of the spin bowling and then you can go have lunch, relax. That's a bad ball. It's a bad ball. It's treated to perfection towards that backward of square leg. Boundary. Hafiz did everything well. This was not on my psychological talks.
Yes, the execution was incorrect from the bowler this time. But bang on by the batter. That is a freebie for him on the leg side. There's no fielder there. Easy pickings. They're giving away some free runs to the new batter who's walked in.
And also with the slip, it's not just the batter who's been under pressure. It's also the bowler. He thinks that, that spun away. That's a good ball. He thinks that there is a slip. I need to bowl fuller. I need to take the ball away from the left-hander. Two left-handers now to bowl to from Hafiz. He's done well. See, that forward defensive push wouldn't have been there if the slip is on. As Gamantika just needs to think on those lines. After 16, 75 for 1. And the reason why I'm clarifying again and again myself is I'm not tilting towards one team. I just want to have the balance very rightly with the bat and the ball, because that's why we are here, right? To see a big fight between the bat and the ball. No matter which country that is been coming in from, it's a game of cricket that we want to take it down until the last ball, until the last run. Keep it exciting. So always plot against the team which is doing good.
Yes, always try and find out a contest, isn't it?
Exactly.
Outside the off stump, the leg spinner to continue. That's a little short, and it was easy for the batter to go back and cut it, punch it rather. Waqar on 33. Wahid is out. He was on 33 as well when he got out.
Yeah, now Artuan wants to go around the stumps. That's a good thought. But for that, he does not have the googly. So he has to go off spinner. His grip looks like an off spinner. No, it's a leg spinner that comes in. And if Waqar can just hang on to that back foot and pull him over that mid wicket or square leg region, he'll get runs. Should have stopped that.
Hurried into the bowler and he could not pick it up. One run given away. Saad is the new batter who has come in and scored a boundary as well in the last over. Some runs were given away thanks to some average bowling from Hafiz. Oh, that's a good delivery. Spinning in. And the batter was watchful.
See, when you have so much turn on offer, why not bowl that off spinner? His grip actually on the ball looks like an off spinner. Look at that. It's a proper disguising ball. That was almost pitching outside the turf. Would have been a no ball. Thankfully that came back in. See, with that grip that he holds, Artuan, it's a regular off spinner's grip.
Absolutely. I spotted that the first time I saw him come into ball as well. But then again, I changed my words because I said that he's an off spinner. Then he started bowling leg spin. The last second he changes his wrist position as well. That's going to be a dot ball to finish off the 17th. 77 for 1 Saudi.
Yeah, not a right shot for a bad ball. He should have put away into the covers or over that extra cover region. On that occasion, Saad Khan did not get it right on the full. Just managed to put it towards the covers as well. 77 for 1. Is it the right time now to bring back Maxi Gora? It should be Maxi Gora coming back into the attack because they are settling into the spin very nicely.
To everybody's surprise, it's Artuan who has been brought back into the attack. Punches it, finds the fielder. It's been the story for the off spinner. Hafiz, in fact, is the bowler. Correction. So they have stayed on with him. The off spinner to the left-handers coming round the wicket.
He's been one impressive spinner. Hafiz, it's a good stop. It's a very good stop. From Gamantika again, the captain. Yeah, no wonder he's a captain. Hafiz loves it. He's done well in the cover region. See, look at the amount of turn. Why there a no slip is what is really a big question.
Yes, the captain is a brilliant fielder, but I think he has to do some bold captaincy here. Bringing some attacking field. That is picked away on the leg side. Square leg fielder will pick it up. One more run taken by Saad.
Priyanandana, he's there at square leg. And he would have actually wanted to roll his arm over, probably from the other end. This is wonderful off-spin bowling for two left-handers from Hafiz. But the only thing is he needs those exact fielders in that exact position to create some pressure.
It's been very tight. Just 13 of his 4.5 overs. This has been lofted over extra cover. This has gone to the boundary in a flash. One bounce over the fence. Waqar moves to 38. And that is a brilliant shot to end the over as well.
Very good shot, but wrong field placement. You have your onside behind filled with men and nobody on the off. You should have had a long off for that stroke because Hafiz was bowling nicely towards that off stump of Waqar and Saad Khan both. And he just wanted the ball to turn away. But Waqar got the pitch of the ball. See, and again, why have three fielders on the deep on the onside for a left-hander if a off-spinner is bowling? Partnerships, wonderful. 68 for the first wicket. Now this is getting budding with 14 with just 22 deliveries now.
Through his gates, but everybody has missed it. The batter has missed it. The keeper has missed it. And they've run two. Arthawan comes in, bowls a leg spinner through his gates.
I think there was an inside edge, and that's why that didn't strike the stumps. Probably, yeah, there we go. Huge inside edge, but somewhere Ramdhoni, he stood up a little early. He should have stayed low. This is good bowling.
Yes, runs were given. Inside edge definitely in the last delivery. The second delivery, he also got an inside edge to his pads. But no runs were scored off that one. Round the wicket, Arthawan. It's working out for him against Saad. Closing in to the end of the 19th over. 84 for 1. Comfortable position for Saudi Arabia.
He's got big turn, but the turn is feeding into the left-handers. It's not taking it away. When you've got such big turn, just one delivery. Just bowl seam up, at least for one delivery, and try and confuse the batter. If you don't want to bowl that off-spinner, just try and bowl seam up, keep the batters guessing, and then make sure one turns, pitching from outside off. Now that was a good delivery, which got to the inside edge. That was a little comfortable on the length. Should have been a little more fuller. That was the ball of the innings for me in Indonesian attack, which had that inside edge and went through towards the fine leg region.
Yes, I would second you. Again, another inside edge. And there was height as well involved. Not out signal by the umpire to end the over. 19 gone. It's 85 for 1 Saudi.
I think the umpires will bowl in another over before the lunch. I think they're watching it out and say, okay, they will get into a discussion. Yeah, they are discussing. The umpires in the middle. I think they will squeeze in another over. And can Hafiz make this count? Because Hafiz is bowled wonderfully well to both the left-handers, especially against Waqar.
Again, that same fielder, Gamantika. The captain himself is definitely a leader when it comes to the fielding efforts from Indonesia. Down the leg side, easy pickings. There is a squarish, fine leg. He'll pick it up. One more run taken. Waqar will be on strike now.
Yeah, that man at short fine, he should have been bowling to the new man. That was Maxi Koda right there. I think the last over before lunch, it was struck very hard towards the offside. Will reach the boundary. Does not. Does not. They will have a second look on that for sure. It was hit very well on the back foot. They will check the fielder's call for it. The umpires are happy with that. But we will just see if it reached the boundary or no. Punched off the back foot. Good chase. Very, very good chase.
Yes, I think just hangs on to that one to the last second. Just get some fingertips to bring it back into the ground. 2 runs given to the batters. Wakar moves to the 40s now. Straight to 1. Nicely punched. The bowler could not collect it. 1 more run. For the first time, the runs have come below the number of overs left.
Last ball of the 20th. Again, bowling Fuller. 85 for 5 they were at this stage. Saudi Arabia not far behind in that runs, but they've just lost 1 wicket. I think they have taken the ball and put it in the pocket. The umpires, will they go for another over? It's 1 on the clock. I think they're walking off. They've put both the ball in the pockets. They'll have to wait for that decision. Both the batters wait. I think 1 more over. Yeah, 1 more over before lunch, right? After this over, suggests the umpire. Artha now comes back.
Leg spinner to the left-handers. They're happy defending the balls. Just a matter of time for Saudi Arabia to score those remaining runs. The umpires are running the show, rightly so. They're looking at their watches every now and then. Gets some width to cut it, but again finds the fielder.
And they will not take any risk. Just before lunch, here, Saad Khan. Not against Artha. Slow through the air. That turned a massive mile. That turned what? From Bangkok to Pattaya. Wow.
That was a lovely delivery. Slow through the air, gave it the rip. It almost came back in and hit the top of the stumps. Another inside edge saves the day for Saad.
That's very, very well bowled. When you have such a big turn, why don't you have a googly? I'm so feeling for Arthawan. He's a very good bowler. He has to practice that in the nets. You know, he's a good prodigy. He's a good future for Indonesian cricket. He can bat, he can bowl. He has to just throw it well in the field, not hold back his throws. And he has to practice the googly. If not the googly, at least the off spinners, because he's a natural turner of the ball.
And what I'm curious to understand, that he beat Saad there with an inside edge, and then he's come over the wicket after that to both the left-handers.
Yeah, probably desperately trying something before lunch. You know, does not get it. Is it lunch after 21? 93 for 1. The umpires will still slowly walk towards each other. And talking about the lunch break to the captain as well. I think they have they've decided to carry on. They've decided to carry on. 25 runs more. They say, okay, carry on, guys. Let's finish up. As Ferdinando Banuik comes back into the attack. I'll probably step out for a quick bite. And Diyush, I'll join you soon. Within 25 maybe.
Maybe I'll join you soon at lunch. All right, 25 runs required. Banu Naik is the bowler. Bowling change here. Goes in the air. It has gone skyways and it has gone into the hands of the long off fielder. Saad departs. The second breakthrough for Indonesia. Banu Naik comes in and takes a wicket straight away. It was a full length delivery. He wanted to go big. Maybe wanted to finish the game off as soon as possible. But he's been held out in the boundary ropes. Shake of head as he walks back to the hut. The second wicket down for Saudi Arabia. The score 93. New batter has walked in. The youngster Zuhair, the off spinner who picked up 3 wickets in the first innings as well. Very open stance. Plays a nice drive in the air. Just falling short of that short cover fielder. Extra cover there. Outside the off stump. Lets that go to the keeper. Ferdinando Banu Naik is the bowler. Starts off with a wicket. Saad, who was looking good, was playing some strokes. Was held out a long off. Now Zuhair, the right-hander, on strike. Helped away from his legs. Short fine leg fielder will cut it off. Zuhair opens his account as well. Waqar on 42, a definite 50 is written all over this innings. He has to play a rash shot to get out now. Has been very well set, 57 deliveries, more than an hour in the crease. .5 overs, 94, just a 6 away from 3 figures. The lunch is around the corner. The umpires are keeping the thrill alive as well. Off the back foot. Straight to the fielder. It's a dot ball, or is it? No, it is not. Bit of a misfield will allow them to take a single. Waqar will keep striking the next over. 22 overs gone. It's 95 for 2, Saudi Arabia. That's the match summary so far. Indonesia batting first. They have been put into bat first, rather. 117 is what they managed to score. Everybody was bundled out. Saudi Arabia in 22 overs have scored 95. Just 23 required of 28 overs. And the word is out. We are not going to have a lunch before the match is finished. It's pushed away towards that onside. Major spaces to collect a single. And that's exactly what he does. Artha is another new bowler. Has been introduced into the attack. They have experimented with all their bowlers today. Eight bowlers have been used, including Artha. It tells you that the captain has rotated his all bowlers. All his attacking options have been rotated. That's down the leg side, pushed away. There's no fielder there. Has it gone all the way? It is trickled over the boundary ropes. 100 comes up with a boundary for Saudi Arabia. Something to cheer about, as this has been a clinical run chase so far. Zuhair this time just placing it perfectly, timing it as well. The ball just reaching the boundary ropes in time. Zuhair's first boundary. 100 comes up, 18 required now. Pushed it towards long off. Good batting, good cricket. Gets a boundary and then just takes a single. Gives the strike back to his non-striker friend. Waqar, a big blow away from a half century as well. Matchup in favour of the batter because the left arm spinner is bowling into him. Waits for it, slow through the air. He's happy taking the singles. He's in no hurry. Strong performance from Saudi Arabia today. The bowling chipped in really well. They got them all out. They've come out here with the run chase, have lost 2 wickets with just 17 required to win 16 now with that single from Waqar. Bright sunny afternoon here at AIT Cricket Ground. Pulled away this time in the gap. Deep mid-wicket fielder has a chase on. This time the ball will stop in the outer ring of the outfield. 2 more runs taken to Zuhair. He has come in and batted with an intent. 104 for 2 after 23. There you see 8 bowlers have been used. Bulk of them are spinners. A wicket apiece to Arthawan and Banu Naik. Other than that, most of the bowlers have been taken for runs. They have been read very nicely. You can see the economy column pretty nice, but they haven't managed to pick up wickets. Waqar on 45. Waqar remains on 45. That's a dot ball. Banu Naik is continuing. He picked up a wicket of the first delivery of his spell. And that was caught in the long off boundary. Saad was the batter there. Slow delivery back to the bowler. It's just wonderful to see teams like Indonesia and Saudi Arabia taking part in this massive tournament. Top 2 teams go forward to the bigger leagues. Smashed this time. But there is a fielder in the deep long off. Did not time it properly as well. That's an easy decision for the umpire. Bit of a mix-up. Zuhair did not want that single. He wanted to take strike. He sent his non-striker friend back. Wide signal by the umpire. Tickled away. This could run away to the boundary. Fine leg fielder. Will not get to it. And that is exactly why Zuhair wanted the strike. He scored a boundary next delivery that he faces. That was straying down the leg side. He just had to put some bat. And that's exactly what he did. The ball runs away towards the fine leg boundary. He moves to double figures. The required runs into single digits as well. 8 runs required. It's been a laboring day for Indonesia, to be precise. Except for Rajaram, nobody fired in the batting team. They've been taken for easy runs in the second innings as well. Through the field, so he will collect one more run to keep strike in the next over. 24 overs gone. It's Nelson for 2, Saudi Arabia. There you see Rajaram, the top scorer of the game. 63 of 73. Scored the bulk of the runs for Indonesia when they came into bat first. Nelson on the board. Zuhair on strike. Does well, collects a single, gives the strike to Waqar because he's batting on 46. 4 runs away from a half century. And 6 runs away from a famous win here today, Saudi Arabia. He can finish the game off with one blow, get to his half century as well. But we have to wait and see. He's happy here, taking those singles. He's okay not getting to his half century maybe. Just rotating the strike. 5 runs required. It's hashtag Saudi Arabia cricket all around today. Dominating performance. The runs are coming. Yes, they're taking that single. Opportunity presents itself for Waqar to get to his half century. Stays on the back foot, places it towards square leg. 4 deliveries bowled, 4 singles taken. Drives it in the gap. Maybe more than one. No, they're going to settle. And they're going to satiate their hunger for a single. .48 for Waqar. 2 runs required for a win as well. The stage is set for a half century. And to finish off the game, it's a wide ball by the bowler. The bowler has other plans. The strategy to not let the batter get to his half century. He does get to a single because that is a victory for Saudi Arabia. And Waqar remains not out on 49 as Saudi Arabia dominating in this match today against Indonesia. Win by a major 8 wickets and 25 overs to spare. Handshakes all around as the day's play comes to an end here at AIT Cricket Ground. The 3rd match of this season. And Saudi Arabia comes on top of Indonesia. Time for the highlights of the match. Of the innings rather. The batting innings of Saudi Arabia. Some boundary hitting early on. Waheed and Waqar put up a brilliant partnership early on. Some boundaries across the ground. 360 degree. Some hard-hitting strokes and some finesse as well. That was a drop opportunity. Easy catch which was spilled down inside the 30. Then that boundary that came off the thickish outside edge. Kept on scoring runs. That was the run-out opportunity. A bit of a wayward throw and the keeper was not backing up in time as well. So they have to correct themselves. They have to go back to the drawing boards. Come back with a better intent in the next game to follow. Until then, some scintillating strokes all around the ground. That was a 6 as well from Waqar. Saad came in after that catch was taken, which was the first wicket. Brilliant catch from the captain himself, diving to his right. Saad came in, scored some quick runs as well. That was the wicket of Saad. The first bowling change, the first delivery that he bowled, he picked up the wicket of Saad there. Couple of wickets to Indonesia in the run chase. And it was as easy as possible for Saudi Arabia to get those runs at the end. That is it. That's the match summary for you. Saudi Arabia winning the match by 8 wickets and 25 overs to spare. That's the batting card. Waheed up front scored 33 of 45. Waqar unbeaten on 49. Saad came in and chipped in with 16 runs of 25 deliveries. Zuhair scored some quick runs as well to end that run chase. The bowling card will show you that 8 bowlers were used. 2 of them picked up wickets, Arthawan and Banu Naik. Other than that, it's been some easy performance for the batting team. Just that 4 extras as well. Tight bowling. And that's the match summary, ladies and gents. Match number 3, Saudi Arabia versus Indonesia. Indonesia were put into bat. They managed to score 117 and they were bundled out. Saudi Arabia came back strong in the second innings. Won it by 8 wickets and 25 overs to spare. All right, we'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with the post-match presentation ceremony. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome to the post.
Welcome to the post.
For today's welcome to the post-match presentation of the and we really thank our sponsors, that is DAFA News, ACC Men's Challenger Cup 2023, and also the sponsor skyexchange.net. Thanks a lot for our sponsors as well, because without you this game of course will not have been panned out so nicely. And also a big thanks to ACC as well, Asian Cricket Council, to put out this wonderful Challenger trophy as well here in Bangkok. And first up, let me invite the losing captain first up, Indonesia. Please come up and just have a word with us. Gamantika with us. Gamantika, a tough game out there, but you bowled and you fielded well, especially that catch of yours was very impressive. What went wrong in today's game?
Right. I would like to say thank you very much for the participant only. And then we feel we just need to bet 50 overs. That's it. Then we need to put some score in the board. That's it.
Lovely. And also any other changes in the field, because that there's a lot of catch that went down. Anything on the fielding effort that'll be planned out?
Right. The first drop catch was break my college friend. That's why it's a little bit risky for us. The fielding changed a little bit. Also, we are confusing over that, but I think we'll be come back stronger next time.
Yeah, that's the spirit, Gamantika. Hard luck. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a better one the next game. Also in the presentation party, we have Mr. Prasad as well, the match referee. Please come up here. And now it's time to first talk to the winning captain and then go for the player of the match award as well. As Hisham, the captain of Saudi Arabia, the winning captain. Please come up. Wonderful work, Hisham. Congratulations on the win. And what is that big one takeaway that after this victory for you guys?
I think early on we won the toss, got to do whatever we wanted to do because there was some moisture in the wicket. So we wanted to ball first, get our boys to get into the field and get a feel of things. And Alhamdulillah, it went well with that sort. And then we got a bit of target to chase, and then our batting department went in, took some time, got adjusted to the condition because it is quite different to the ones we play back home. And they did pretty well job, so I'm very happy with the boys.
Lovely. And also one word on how Saudi Arabia as a board is coping up, and also definitely a big thanks to ACC as well for supporting all this. But what is Saudi Arabian cricket doing on a whole to put out a team in such a big tournament?
They're doing a lot of groundwork back home. There are a lot of domestic tournaments they're organizing, shorter format, longer formats, and our chairman and the CEO, our head coach, they're working behind the scenes to make to get good cricket into the country, and we believe in them, and we hope we'll get into a good name into the world of cricket, inshallah.
Wow, wonderful. All the very best. Congratulations on the win. All the very best for the rest of the tournament as well. Now, the player of the match, Ishtihaq Ahmad. Please come up. A big round of applause as well for you, Ishtihaq. Well played, well bowled, and collect your player of the match trophy from the match referee. Wonderful, wonderful gesture. Really well bowled today. Match referee, thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot for your presence. क्या अच्छा था क्या बुरा था, आप पहले ये बताइए, क्योंकि आप जब बॉल कर रहे थे तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि मतलब बैट्समैनों की तो वहां पे मूवमेंट करना बहुत मुश्किल हो रहा है, तो आपको कितना हेल्प मिला इस सरफेस से?
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का शुक्र है। विकेट थोड़ा गिला था इसलिए थोड़ा स्विंग मिल रहा था, खास करके आउट स्विंग इन स्विंग दोनों स्विंग मिल रहे थे, लेकिन बहुत हेल्प मिला। विकेट अच्छा था, ग्रासिंग विकेट था।
लवली। और आपके पार्टनर वो भी अच्छा बॉल कर रहे थे और दूसरे ओर से आतिफ वो भी अच्छा बॉल कर रहे थे, तो उनमें से कितना सपोर्ट मिला दूसरे बॉलरों से और आपके कैप्टन फील्डरों से, कितना हेल्प मिला आपको ग्राउंड में?
हाँ बिल्कुल, वो एक्सपीरियंस बॉलर हैं, वो बड़े हैं, एज में भी बड़े हैं, वो बहुत क्रिकेट खेली हुई है, लंबी क्रिकेट है, उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला, वो अच्छा है अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह।
Lovely, lovely, Istihaq. We want to see you more in the tournament. Bowl well. A fist pump, fist pump, fist pump. Yeah, there we go. Istihaq, that is the player of the tournament, player of the match that's been taking away this match, but he will be really seen in the tournament. That's going to come up. Wonderful seam bowling and swing bowling that Istihaq has got for Saudi Arabia. So that's it for today's match. See you tomorrow exactly. Again, 9:30 first ball that's going to be coming up. Again, two more games, one in this venue, one in the other venue. Two matches that's been organized every day by the ACC Challenger Cup 2023. I'm Naveen Shori signing off on behalf of the entire crew. Thank you so much.